I'm excited. What's up, Rachel? How's it going? Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Try to get this live in front of as many people as we can. Hi, what's up, Leon? I will notice you. Hey, Jesse. Alfred, thank you so much for reaching level 11. 39th indeed. Let's fucking go. W39th. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, Lucy. Thank you so much. Try to fill that silly little bar up one single time. The bar in the left-hand corner, get your dopamine in by just double tapping, filling that bar up once, maybe twice. That would be super helpful. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, that you're 18 or older, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience for your belief. And with that, we'll go to the very first guest. Share it with your friends, all those good things that need to be done.
Hi.
Hey, you don't sound 18 or older.
No, actually.
Yeah, you gotta be 18 or older, sorry. If you're not 18 or older, I'm not gonna talk to you. But just keep on sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. What's up, Jaden? How's it going? You in a wind tunnel? Jaden? Okay. I'll go for someone who's not in a wind tunnel. Preferably. That's my personal preference. What's up? How's it going? Oh. I think that song was like literally out while I was in like 5th grade. Damn, pretty cringe. Not gonna lie. What's up? How's it going?
What's up, Ian?
Yeah, you got something new?
You remember me, don't you?
Yeah, I think we've talked a couple of times.
Oh, heck yeah, man. Hey, I'm still proud of you, man. You know, you're a very smart kid. I mean, dude, you're not a kid anymore, you're a dude. But I'm gonna say, like, all right, so you believe in science, right?
I don't really know what that means. I think that the scientific method leads to like reliably good conclusions.
Okay, so like a lot of famous scientists like Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, they believe in God.
Yeah, well, I mean, Einstein didn't believe in your God, certainly. Einstein believed in like a pantheistic conception of God, what's called Spinoza's God. He basically thought that the universe was God, but he didn't think that God was like a dude, or that like certainly not that the Bible was true or anything even approximating what you believe about God.
Right. So you said that he thought that the universe was God, right?
Well, he thought that the universe was God, but I mean, I don't really. This is just like kind of an appeal to authority. I mean, they didn't come to these conclusions via the scientific method, so I don't really care about them.
So you just need some proof that God exists.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love some evidence. Yeah.
Dang, I mean, because like that, I think that's the main thing, is just the perception of God. See, if we thinking that God is some ant or something like that, that's controlling everything, then I think that's a bad perception. But if, like you just said, like the universe is a God, which involves everything on here to have such a balance to operate, or to just even create things to make things make sense, that's what I believe is a God.
Yeah, so the problem is going to be that I don't perceive God because God's not real. If God wanted to make himself perceivable, I would love to believe in God or like worship God, form a relationship with God. But in order to form a relationship, I need to know that the other party in the relationship actually exists. God has remained hidden, which means I don't know if God actually exists, which means I can't form a relationship with him. I don't perceive God, so I'm not really sure how you can appeal to our perception of God.
Okay, you just don't perceive him.
No. If I perceived him, then I'd believe in him.
Right. And okay. Well, all right. And that question you've been asking people, like, does God has the power to make something heavy that he can't lift?
Oh, that's that question is very situational. There are answers to it. I only bring that up given like a certain line of dialogue. So the only way that I bring that up is if you think that God exists outside of logic. So in order for that to be applicable to you, do you think God exists outside of logic? Do you think God's illogical?
Illogical. this means that he don't think things through.
No, just that like God violates laws of logic.
No.
Okay, then if you don't think God violates laws of logic, he doesn't have the power to do contradictions, then that's fine.
Well,
Then the rock isn't applicable to you.
I think to answer that question, I mean, you said, okay, I say he can make something that he can't lift.
And then
But
can he lift it?
Like in a human body form like us, and then we cannot lift something. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wait 1 second. I gotta block this spammer. Damn, yeehaw. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, wait, but then does God have the power to lift it?
If he makes himself stronger than it.
Yeah, but like absent making himself stronger, can he lift it?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
Absent making himself stronger, can he lift it?
Yeah.
Okay, so God can lift the rock that he can't lift.
Yeah, at a different form. It's like
no, okay, without changing his form. Without changing his form, can he lift the rock?
Without changing his form. Shoot, I mean, how so you want to? I mean, yeah, he can lift. He can do anything, basically.
So God can lift the rock he can't lift.
Yeah, like there's a
that's
rock
just nonsense.
I can't lift right now, and then I'm like, okay, I want to lift it now, and then I lift it.
Yeah, so can God make a rock that he'll never be able to lift?
Okay, can he make a rock that he'd never be able to lift? If he has no purpose in lifting that rock, yeah.
Yeah, so can God lift the rock that he can never lift?
Yeah.
Okay, so God can lift the rock he can never lift. God can lift the rock he cannot lift. That's just nonsense. That's a direct contradiction.
No. So like, let's say I put this rock here and I never want to lift it, and this rock has a purpose. I'm not lifting that rock, because if I do, then this whole galaxy would like fall apart.
Yeah, that's so super nice. Unfortunately, you've still bitten into the contradiction that God can lift a rock that he can't lift. Like literally, like the conversation is over at that point. Like literally none of the rest of it matters.
Okay.
There's a contradiction.
So, okay. Well, I mean, he can't lift it. Let's say he puts another rock that's gonna.
Let's not change the hypothetical. There's a contradiction. Wait, so do you acknowledge that God is illogical?
Nah.
Okay, so but there's a logical contradiction in his properties, which means that he can't possibly be logically consistent.
I think he can be consistent. I think. I mean, I see what you're saying, but I think like whatever logic he puts behind lifting a rock and not lifting a rock is the reason why he can or cannot lift it, and he can always change it at will. So he can always change the reason.
Yeah. Wait. So insofar as you've conceded that there's a contradiction in your God, then there's like really no point in discussing it further. Like I'm not going to believe in something that's contradictory.
Okay, I got you on that. But I mean, science, man, it points towards there's a God, man. Everything points towards there's something that's created this infinite balance in atoms and stuff like that.
In what way?
Now, I'm not going to be able to give you a math equation unless I go find one that someone already did. But God is everywhere. Like,
so in what way does God, so I look outside, I look at the trees and I see poison berries. So why would this all good God create such an inhospitable environment?
I'm glad you just said that. God is the maker of good and evil.
Why would God make evil?
To balance things
Why
out. There's no good without bad.
Do you think we need the Holocaust because there's no lack of Holocaust without the Holocaust?
Wait, say that again?
Do you think we need the Holocaust in order to balance out a state of the world where there isn't the Holocaust?
Okay, there's like some Holocaust, and those.
Yes or no?
Those people. All right, so
yes or no?
that's a weird question, man. I ain't gonna just answer yes or no. It could be both. But I mean, here's the thing. Like, if I remember you asking the question about an earthquake, or something like that, like, or earthquake's bad. If up in it like unalive somebody, what if that person was coming to unalive you and an earthquake happened?
Yeah, lots of the
Would
people
that
who are
make the
unalived
earthquake
by
bad?
wait, so lots of the people unalived by earthquakes are children. So I highly doubt that these children, especially, so the biggest earthquake that ever happened was in China in the 1600s. I doubt Chinese people in the 1600s were coming to unalive me.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I'm not gonna like. I'm pro life. I want people to live, and I don't look down on you know. But like, if like people have secret agendas out here that can put people into torture, and if they get unalive by a earthquake, that saved me. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Look,
Wait,
if
so
a
okay, let's just do like a real life example. In 2004, 224,000 people were unalived by an earthquake and tsunami in Indonesia. Why would God allow for this or cause this earthquake that unalived all these people? Because what it sounds like you're saying is that earthquakes are good.
in a certain sense, what I'm saying is I don't know
Crazy.
nothing about those people. I don't know if those people are going to raise up and try to like do a whole bunch of evil stuff in this world. Like, that's evil is always happening. Don't you think a lot of evil is happening in this world?
Wait, so I think this commits you to just like very straightforwardly like racist conclusions because the majority
No,
of
no.
earthquakes are centralized on places like India. So do you think that like Indian people are disproportionately more violent?
You brought race into it. I
Well,
didn't
yeah,
bring
because
race
because
into it.
you're saying that your explanation for earthquakes is that God does them because otherwise all these people would be like evil. So do you think Indian people are like disproportionately evil because that's where lots of very severe earthquakes happen?
Shoot, they tell me. That's basically
You don't know?
I mean, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, it could be possibly.
You don't know if Indian people are evil? You don't know?
All right, check this out. There's this lake and it's called Lake Lanier in Georgia. It used to be an old town, and a lake was built over it. You know how many people drowned there?
I have no idea.
A lot of people drowned there, and it was like a lot of racist stuff happened back then, and they turned it into a lake. Now a lot of people drown there that go swim in that lake. So like something that was evil done there, now it's like they paying the price for that stuff. So it's like whatever. See, evil destroys. Why would you? Nothing will ever get built if evil just keeps multiplying. It's just like a virus.
Yeah,
It's
wait,
like
I'm just not sure why we're pivoting away to this like other point. It's very possible, Anna, thank you so much. It's very possible that lots of weird stuff happened at this lake, but that's no evidence that God is real.
I'm saying that God controls all things. So like evil and good
Did God
controls
do the
everything.
Holocaust?
Evil. Hey, I can't answer every question because I'm
I
not
thought
God. I don't know what
God
happened
controls
back
everything.
then.
Does God control all things or does God not control all things?
He does.
Did God do the Holocaust?
Hey, the evil part of the spectrum, yeah. He controls all things.
So then God's a Nazi.
No, you can't call it that. You can't call him a
He did the
Nazi.
Holocaust. If God did the Holocaust, then God's a Nazi.
Look, whatever those people purpose were to that's detrimental to this whole world is the reason why they got destroyed. Like evil people gets destroyed, man. They go down. They get destroyed eventually.
Yeah, I mean the reasons that they got destroyed. I mean, it wasn't Jesus fighting on the front lines. It was like the USSR and America
And then their kids
fighting.
get destroyed too.
And
Their
then
kids
what
get
gets?
destroyed. I mean, I'm pretty sure you killed a roach and then you killed a baby, right? Have you done that before?
No, I don't
You
know.
haven't killed a roach before?
No, typically I
Are you
don't know.
lying? You gotta be lying. Have you killed an ant?
Yeah, I've killed ants.
What about his baby?
I don't know which one his baby is. I don't know.
Why did you unalive an ant?
I unalive whichever ones are inconvenient.
Inconvenient. So what gives you the okay? So how do you know it's inconvenient?
Because I'm experiencing the inconvenience, and what gives me the right is the fact that they're not sentient.
So what if a person is doing that?
Is inconvenient. So the difference is going to be that bugs aren't sentient. Bugs don't have like a sentient or like a consciousness, whereas people do. So it's wrong to unalive people because they're sentient, but it's not wrong to unalive like an ant because it's not sentient.
It's not sentient. It's life.
Yeah, it's not conscious though. We have literally no reason to think that it has like a mind or like a complex experience.
I hear you. I'm glad you said that. So like, I think like before we like say that there's no God, you got to understand exactly what you are in. A lot of people, I'm gonna tell you this, and you probably won't believe it. A lot of people are not even real. Like you just said.
What the fuck are you talking about?
NPC, a non-player character. A person that thinks.
The fuck are you talking about? That's just nonsense.
You know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
You ever played a video game?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Listen, you ever played a video game and you're controlling the player, and then you got a player that's in the video game that's not real?
Is it morally permissible?
In other words, a bot.
Is it morally permissible to kill one of these NPCs?
For whatever purpose you made them for, you can discommission them. Let's not use.
Oh wait, so you think it's fine if I know for certain that someone's an NPC, or I suspect that someone's an NPC? Is it all right if I hit them with my car?
You probably don't know that they're NPC. Because they look real. You don't know if they have a soul. It's not our job to go like thinking that people are NPCs. I mean, we'll see what they do, but yeah.
Wait, so if I hit someone with my car intentionally, but it turns out in actuality this person is an NPC, did I do something wrong?
Yeah.
Wait. What did I do wrong if they're an NPC?
You did the act. I'm not the creator of the NPCs.
Yeah, wait, is it wrong to hit like a rock with my car?
A rock is not I mean, shoot, your intentions to hurt something, man. Yeah, it's wrong.
It's wrong to hit a car or to hit a rock with my car?
Man, you had intentions. Nah, I mean, for what purpose? Why are you gonna hit a rock with your car?
Just because I wanted to. Like, this is your belief system leads to insane conclusions.
Man. That's like, why? Like, why would you do that?
Because I wanted to. Because it was staring at me in some type of way. Because I thought it was an NPC.
No, it's a non-player character, so it looks like a player. It looks like a person.
What if it's like looks like a person, but it's actually a rock?
Then you probably on some drugs you probably need to get off of.
No, it's just like a very person-shaped rock. Would that be right or wrong?
Okay, a stone, so like a statue or something like that. You want to hit a statue?
Yeah.
Man, so you don't know it's a statue?
Yeah.
You on some kind of drugs, man. I mean, if you don't know it's a statue, there's something playing with your brain.
Yeah, it's like really real dark outside.
Oh my gosh, man!
This is just like such a silly idea that there's like NPCs. This leads you to like just crazy places morally.
We make video games, bro. And then, first of all, like a cartoon even has reverence for a god. I'm pretty sure you watch Dragon Ball Z.
No, I've never seen it.
You're lying. I heard you mention that before on here.
I've never seen it.
You never seen Dragon Ball Z? Oh my gosh.
No.
Yeah, I think you're lying. Are you lying?
No.
How many times you gonna lie, Ian?
0.
Come on, bro. Look, man. There is a guy, and he's manifests his way in all different things and everything, and create balance. That's why we have an atom that has protons, electrons, and neutrons. The neutrons hold everything in balance, so they maintain balance. So they do good things and they do bad things to maintain balance. So like if a person does something wrong to another person, karma comes back and balances it out, and probably with that same act that they did to another person.
That's not true, right? I mean, Elon Musk is horrible, and he's still thriving.
But that, karma, you got a karmic debt that's going to come back on you.
Yeah,
It might
wait,
not come back
so
now. I mean, you see what's all happening in the celebrity stuff that's going on right now.
when did Adolf Schmittler get his karma?
But that's the thing. Do you know everything that happened about him, what he did?
Yeah.
I mean, you just hear, you just know what they told. Do you know exactly?
How many Jewish people do you think died in the Holocaust?
How many fake Jewish people I know died in the Yeah, fake.
Okay.
Fake?
That'll do. I'd say I appreciate you coming on up, but I definitely don't. So what the fuck was that? Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Let's get this live in front of as many people as you can. So try to get it all the way filled up. Make sure you're dropping a follow, doing all that other stuff. Sharing it with your friends. If you're in that guest request box, make sure, oh, hey, it's Justin. Make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. What's up, Justin? How's it going? Justin?
Sorry, I didn't mean to request. It was in my pocket.
Okay. No, you're chilling. All right. But keep on double tapping on that screen, sharing with your friends. Dropping a follow as well. And if you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian.
What's up,
Caldwell?
bro?
Hey, how old are you?
What's it up? What's up?
Yeah, how old are you?
30.
Okay, and what religion?
I don't really know, bro. Like,
Okay, well, when you figure that out, feel free to come back up. But I'm not really interested in debating with people unless they have like a clear religion. What's up? How's it going, Toonie? Okay, on to the next one. If you want to join the community, as many already have, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's an 18 plus space, so only join if you're 18 or older, but it's discord.gg/allegedly-Ian. It's a great place to talk about. Hey, what's up, Angelo? Damn. Nobody fucking knows that they're on, but we do weekly philosophy readings. Next week, we're going to do, next Saturday, we're going to do a reading about presuppositional. Yeah. Hey, what's up? How's it going,
I got a question. So I've been watching your stuff for about 20 minutes now, and all I'm seeing is you're just banning anybody who proves you wrong.
Banning anyone? I mean, the last guy was just like anti-Semitic, so
well, not that guy. I'm
the
talking
first
about
one.
Whatever the first and referencing Adolf Hitler to Elon Musk is just kind of like a. How does that make any sense at all?
Well, because he said that karma's real, and I was just pointing out that there's lots of people who never got their karmic
I joined just
justice.
before that.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, what religion are you?
Christian.
Okay, so do you have an argument for why God is real?
No. God is real.
Okay, well, that's fine. So if God is real, then why did he give us the anatomy for cancer?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because, I mean, I doubt he did. I mean, he made everything, so everything created other things, which created that.
Did
So,
God
I mean, I doubt
design
he's in full.
Did he design our anatomy?
I would assume so.
Yeah. So if he designed our anatomy, then why would he design our anatomy in a way that makes it possible for our cells to get cancer?
Well, maybe he did it for a reason.
Yeah. So you think that there's?
I'm not really here to fight. I was just curious about one question, but I mean that's a good point. I mean, why did he make it like that? But at the same time, he probably had a reason for it.
Okay. So if God has a reason for cancer to exist, do you think we should stop trying to cure cancer? C-Bar, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
No, I don't.
Oh,
I mean,
but God has a reason for it to exist.
Point, yeah. Well, I didn't say it had a reason to exist. I said maybe it has a reason to exist.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm not God.
Okay, so either it has a reason to exist, in which case we should stop trying to cure it, or it doesn't have a reason to exist, in which case God is gratuitously evil.
I don't know. I just came on here to ask one question.
All right.
I'm not really one for political fights.
Okay, well, appreciate you coming on up here. Make sure you're dropping a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future, if you're enjoying the debate so far. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Try to get the bar all the way filled. Let's try to get to 50K likes. So just keep on double tapping on that screen. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. If you are in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience for the existence of God. If you don't have those, I will not talk to you. And if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio as we start getting more people up here. It's an 18 plus space, so only join if you're 18 or older. I notify you every time I go live, so don't miss it. We do weekly reading groups, talk politics, religion, and philosophy. I'd love to talk about all those things with you. I try to be pretty active in it. I try to hang out in VC. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Yabby?
What's good, man? How you doing?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 23, man.
Okay, and what religion?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
It is a personal experience, man. That's why I believe in Jesus.
I'm not really interested in personal experiences, so do you have anything that I could actually engage with?
I can't tell you, but my wife can. Hold on. Talk to them. I joined this live, right? And talking about some God isn't real. He wanted me to tell. What was the question?
Yeah, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
What do you mean?
The strongest opinion of that God is real without our personal.
Well, you breathing right now. You got eyes.
Yeah, and I use these eyes to see all the horrific atrocities in the world. Like, why would God make such an evil world?
He didn't make the evil word. He made the good thing, but we decided to disobey his word. And that is bad, not God.
Oh, that's not true, right? So we have dinosaur bones that have cancer on them, which means that things like cancer have existed for long before humans have existed, which means that the world was fucked up before we got here. So why would God make a fucked up world?
I don't know. It's just crazy how people have their own opinion, like, because God is really real. We didn't come.
I will pray for you.
Oh my God.
I will pray for you.
That's
so
okay.
He can reveal himself to you.
How do you think we got here?
Oh, that's a very broad question.
Yeah.
Like, where did the universe come from?
Exactly,
Or like, where did humans come from? Or like, where did what come from?
You know how the people say that we came from an explosion or some stuff like that? How can that even be possible? Oh, we came from monkeys. It's not possible. It's not.
Yeah, this is like a misunderstanding of both. The Big Bang isn't an explosion, and evolution doesn't hold that we came from monkeys.
That's not true, though. If you read the Bible in Genesis, it says God created the earth, the waters, the night, the day, all that.
That's nice. I mean, I don't believe in the Bible.
That's
so
real, though.
Need
what makes you believe that that's not real?
Oh, because it gets it wrong. It says that the sun. Yeah, it says that the sun is younger than the earth. That first was the earth, and then was the sun. When in fact we know that the order was reversed.
What do you think about people that are possessed?
Didn't happen.
What do you think about
that? What do you think about the people who are possessed and have like?
Yeah, and Jesus is the only name you can like use to cast them out.
And it works.
How do you explain that to me, please?
It didn't happen. I'd love to read the scientific study on it though.
What do you mean that didn't happen? Because you have a demon yourself.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's nice, but no, I don't. I don't believe in any of that.
When you die, what do you think is gonna happen to you?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows?
Yes,
Nobody knows.
we know. There's
don't.
hell.
You pretend like you know, but you don't actually know.
Reality. I can tell you my testimony right now.
I don't want your testimony. I could not care less.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you?
Absolutely not.
It's gonna change, bro. I literally got shot at and survived.
I didn't ask, and in fact, I asked you not to.
It don't matter. Like, I know Jesus is real and Jesus exists because He saved me from those shootings, and I feel the presence and the Holy Spirit, man. I cannot make this up. And the people in the comments saying they
I'm
don't
just
care
not. I'm
and
just
they
not
don't believe in
interested.
God, it's because they have.
I'm not really interested. I'm not really interested in your personal experience. But if you have an argument, I'd love to hear it.
Y'all got demons. Y'all need to be revolt in the name of Jesus. All of y'all, man. For
You need to read a book and come up with some real arguments.
the Bible is happening right now.
Yeah.
Oh, so do you think that slavery is always wrong?
What you mean slavery is always wrong? Explain that to me.
Yeah, I think so. You know, slavery is bad. Owning people is bad. It's dehumanizing. It's bad.
Yeah, there was demons controlling all those people back then. Like, what can we do about the past that we can't change?
Wait, controlling like all the slave owners? Why? I mean, if there's demons controlling them, why would in Leviticus God say that it's okay to own slaves? Why would God do
That's
that?
the angels that rebel against God, and that's why they in hell right now. And they use people for them to believe that God is not real. That's the real spiritual warfare that you don't understand.
How does that respond to my argument at all?
Bro, you just want to keep arguing. You just got a demon inside of you, bro. You got to look for Jesus for real, though.
Yeah, wait, and you need to look through the Bible and answer to the horrors of it. Like,
And
why
these
does
people talking about some terrible
why
argument.
does
These
God
people
say
don't know
that
what they're
slavery is
talking
okay?
It's not okay.
Yeah, then why would God say that it is okay?
Man, yeah, I just want to keep arguing, man.
You have no answer, no explanation.
Because what you want me to tell you? I can tell you my personal experience, and I can tell you what I
I don't
have
want your
seen.
personal experience.
Why
I want
don't
an
you?
explanation for why God would say that slavery is okay.
Why are we talking about slavery? We're talking about God.
Yeah, slavery is in the Bible. You believe in the God of the Bible. Slavery is in the Bible. God says that you should
and
do
he set them
slavery.
free. He set them free in
When does
Exodus.
when does God set the? Oh yeah, so he sets them free in Exodus, and then the very next book he's like, by the way, you can totally own slaves. That's fine with me.
What did you even say right now?
You just yapping, man.
Which part of that is untrue?
Yo no sé ni qué él dijo.
Ask me again, man. Ask me again.
Which part of that is untrue?
What part?
Of what I just said, that God set them free in Exodus, and then said that it's okay to own slaves in Leviticus.
How do you know about the Bible if you don't even believe in God? That's my
I mean, I
question.
used to be a Christian, plus I researched the Bible for the
What, a
stream.
Catholic?
Yeah, that's bad.
I was baptized, so I don't know, maybe.
What makes you change your opinion about being a Christian?
Yeah.
Oh, just logic and philosophy. I just thought about the issue harder.
Logic and philosophy, and you thought about the issue harder.
Because I guess you need to see to believe, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, I can intuit things. I mean, I don't see numbers, but I can intuit numbers. I can know that like 1 + 1 = 2, even though I can't see a 1, a plus, or a 2.
Did you yourself just ask God, like, reveal yourself to me that you're real? Or
Yeah,
did
I've
you,
asked this
like-
multiple times. Yeah.
Okay, and he didn't like show up.
Nope.
Oh, okay, I don't think that's real.
Let's do it right now then.
You said what?
Let's do it right now.
Which one, bro? You're playing with God right now.
God, if you're real, please reveal yourself to me and show up for all these people.
In Jesus' name, he will be
Jesus' name, he
revealed
will reveal
to
to
you.
you, bro.
He will reveal to you, and you will.
You just
feel
got to
in your
have
chest.
faith. You have to have faith.
What do you think he's gonna come? It's just like say,
Nothing. We
Hi,
got nothing.
Eon.
Yeah,
I'm
preferably.
here.
That would be nice, right?
I'm
That's pretty
here.
cool.
see
Double
how
down.
you-
Thank you so much for the manifesting. Appreciate that. Double down. Appreciate that.
You're really like, man. It's like y'all making fun of God, and it's not cool.
Well, you said that I need to pray and then he'll reveal himself to me, so I prayed and then he didn't reveal himself to me.
Because you don't have faith, and you're not doing it partly pure.
Wait, so in order for him to reveal
You're not
himself to me,
doing
I
it-
already need to think that he exists?
You're not doing it purely out of your heart. You're just doing it out of a joke and trying to like.
No, wait, can you
Yes.
prove that?
Yes, bro.
What do you think? What happened in the Bible? That is just like a fairy tale, or what?
It's not.
Parts of it, yeah, most of it,
No,
yeah,
it's not.
definitely, yeah.
No, not most of it, because if you believe one thing, the other one is true, and that's the word of God. That's why he came here in a human form. So like, what are you talking about, bro?
And then you making all these people like confused.
If well, speaking of confusion, I'm confused about a part of the Bible or the
What part?
Yeah, the flood specifically.
The
So
flood?
if there was like a global flood, then how did the kangaroos get to Australia?
What are you,
Bro, what is that, bro? What are you talking about?
I'm just confused as to how the kangaroos got to Australia if there's a global
kangaroos been in
flood.
Australia. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and then they would have died in the flood.
You're
We're not arrogant. We're just trying to like tell them the truth.
and y'all just don't have the logic and brain to understand.
Can I just get an answer to the question? If the flood
I'm
happened,
not in Australia. I'm in Puerto Rico, bro.
that's really nice. But you know how there are kangaroos in Australia?
Yes, because they from there. God put them there. I don't know.
Yeah, wait, but then the God would have killed all of them in the flood.
Jesus, help me, Lord, because it's like the demon is right in front of me, man.
It seems like what's not right in front of you is the answer to my question. If the flood happened,
You
how'd
telling
the
me
kangaroos
you
get to
doubt
Australia?
the Bible and the Word of God because you don't know how the kangaroos went to Australia? Be for real, bro.
Literally no part of the Bible makes sense. This is just like one great example. You have no answer. You have literally
you're
no
not educated
explanation.
enough, bro.
How did the kangaroos get to Australia? Do you have any
Just hop on
idea?
live just to talk bad about God. That's what it is.
Do you think they hopped across the sea?
Yo, these people are asleep, man.
Do you have an answer? Do you want to engage with the question or?
Man, God bless you, bro. Jesus loves you.
Okay, that's
For
nice.
real, for real. All these people, look, Jesus love all y'all, but y'all just want to ignore Jesus and just live your own life. Y'all don't got right, bro. You feel me? Like, y'all, when y'all die, y'all gonna find out.
Oh wait, do you think hell is real?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, and
definitely.
do you think it's like torture forever?
Yes, forever and eternity, bro.
Gotcha. Okay. So do you think that a just punishment is proportional? That is, like, in order for a punishment to be just, it needs to be similar in magnitude to the crime?
You're just yapping.
I just asked you a question. Do you not understand the question?
No, because you're just saying random stuff.
I don't think any part of what I said is random. It's very intentional, in
You're trying to act
fact.
smart and trying to convince me to believe another thing. When
That's not a threat. That's real life. Y'all don't understand. Like,
But I'm just asking
follow
you, do you think-
you going to hell? That's not a threat.
Okay.
That's real
Okay.
life.
Let's do a very easy question.
All right, ask me.
Oh my God, perfect. Tyasia, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Tyasia! Hail 666! Hail Satan!
No.
Big W Tyasia in the comment section. Appreciate
Jesus
that.
loves you, man.
Yeah.
You care more about the money than Jesus.
Oh no, that's not true. Well, I mean, actually, yeah, that is true. Fuck yeah.
Do
I
you
mean,
believe-
I don't care. I
How do
care
you
about money
believe-
to some extent,
look.
and I don't
Look.
care about Jesus at all. So I guess that's true.
How do you even think we even got here? Answer my question.
Like the universe got here, or
how
like,
did- how did the
humans got here,
humans.
or
How were humans
Oh.
created, or even nature? Just by
I don't think. So I think humans came about via a process of evolution.
Process of evolution, like how? Come on now.
Yeah. So the things that were good at surviving and reproducing got
You know
naturally
we're made out of
selected
dirt.
for.
God made us out of dirt, bro.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
What's your evidence for that?
Read Genesis, bro. Read Genesis.
Double Down, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Double Down. Hail 666. Hail Satan. Appreciate that,
out.
Double Down. Big W, Double Down. Yeah, wait, so what's your evidence that God made us out of dirt?
The Bible, bro. The Bible's real.
I have a really good question for you. What's the evidence that the Bible is true?
I was meant to, bro. Can you explain this? Because
that's the word of God.
According to what?
To the Holy Spirit
yep.
of
Yeah.
God.
Okay, wait, and where can I verify what the Holy Spirit of God says?
He will reveal it to you.
Oh, how?
You'll find out, bro. You'll find out.
Oh, yeah, source, trust me, bro. Okay.
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 23, not that that's relevant.
23. I'm 23 too, man. We're the same age.
That's nice.
Oh, look at these comments. You got all these people up here just believing in other stuff, man.
Arceli, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Arceli. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. I appreciate that. W Arceli in the comment section.
What made you work for Satan, or like just
Oh, Satan's not
be
real.
by his side?
Satan's not real, but you're over here talking about him.
Yeah.
Like it don't make no sense in my head. You talking about Satan, but you talking about him. He's not real.
Yeah, he's
you
not
talking
real.
about God. You see the point right here? We talk about God because God is real. He always going to be in our conversations. Jesus is always going to be in our conversation. That's why you talking about him. Talking about some God isn't real because he is real. Y'all just don't want to believe it because y'all want to. Nah, you were laughing, but it's true though.
Double down. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Big W, double down. Appreciate that.
Yes, so dumb. Y'all dumb. Y'all believe in this guy. Y'all don't want to believe the Bible. Y'all don't want to believe nothing because y'all just
What's an easy question?
In a fairy tale, bro.
Why would God kill all of the Amalekite children?
You said what?
Why would God kill all the Amalekite children?
Why would God kill all the...
Then, bro, you asking me about why God did that, but you got the team, God is not real. Like, what is your point?
It's an internal critique, so you believe that.
It's an internal critique. You asking me about why God did this, but you don't believe in God. That makes no sense.
Yeah, it's an internal critique. So an internal critique is where we work within your worldview. So I'm pointing out the contradictions in the things that you believe. Presumably, you think it's wrong for the unaliving of children.
Man,
Cameron, thank you so much for the $9.99 on Cash App. Hail, Cameron. Hail, 999. Hail, the flying spaghetti monster. And Caro, thank you so much for the $7.77 on Cash App as well. Hail Jesus. Jesus is Lord. Hail 777.
Amen.
Jesus is Lord. Amen.
Lord.
Hallelujah.
W Caro in the comment section. I appreciate that.
Look. Ask these people in the comments if they believe in Jesus.
Oh, I don't really care about an appeal to majority, but what I am interested in is logic.
I was meant to be in your life because Jesus, it lives in me, bro.
You know, maybe Jesus could have sent you with some better arguments.
I'm still learning, bro.
Okay, maybe Jesus could have sent you with like some better like tracking skills.
Jesus is watching all this, bro. You're really sinning. You're sinning and
Caro, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Caro. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. I appreciate that.
Man, tripping, man. You tripping. Eon, you better believe in God. You better stop.
Jesus, you better give me a good argument then.
Jesus is coming soon.
You better give me a good argument then.
God is gonna reveal himself to you.
Yes.
Whether you like it or not.
I'd like him to. That'd be nice. I've asked him to.
What happened to you that made you made this whole life about God is not real? Like, why are you so against God?
Tell me.
Yeah. So what happened to me was one day I got into philosophy and I thought it was really interesting. So I read up more on philosophy and realized
you
that
think you're
the
Plato
Christian
or whatever.
is. I think what?
Somewhere where it's their territory.
Like you like Plato or like you know.
Plato? Yeah. I think. Well, I mean, I don't like Plato, but I like philosophy.
Somebody said Jesus is not coming. Okay, you can keep believing that.
Yeah, people have been believing that for 2,000 years. So.
Damn, how many years did it take for Jesus to reveal himself? 2,000 years. And look, we're in the final moments right now, in apocalypse, bro. Watch when those trumpets in the sky sounds and bro, Jesus is gonna come soon and y'all don't believe it. It's up to y'all. When y'all stay, y'all burn forever, y'all gonna believe it then.
Are you aware that Jesus literally said that he would come back before any of the disciples were unalived? And then he didn't come back?
Man,
what he said?
You just making up stuff right now.
No, this is like literally true. It says like none of these. So Jesus gives all these prophecies for when he'll return. He says none of this will pass before this generation fades away. And then the generation faded away and he didn't return. So
Jesus is coming back.
The prophecy has already come and went.
We're in the final moments, bro. He can come anytime.
The prophecy already came and went. The prophecy was for 2,000 years ago.
Okay, it can be 1,000,000 years and he still don't. He comes when he want to come. We don't know because we were just born in 2001.
Yeah, but he said that that he would return in the same generation as his disciples. He said this generation will not pass until I return.
You don't believe Jesus was crucified and he resuscitated and came back to life. You don't believe that?
I think he was crucified. I don't think he came back to life. I have no evidence of that.
You don't think he came back to life? He beat the death.
I have no evidence of that. Do you
Even Satan knows that. Even Satan knows that.
Even
Even
Satan.
demons
Would you-
know
Yes.
that God is real, and
Would
they.
you like me to present me the argument
What argument about what? That he
for
didn't
that he
resurrect it?
resurrected? Literally any evidence.
Yeah, it's in the Bible. Tell me.
His 12.
Oh, gotcha. Wait, so and what's the evidence for the Bible?
Dude,
The Holy Spirit,
Holy
the
Spirit.
revelation of the Holy Spirit that still is supposed to give you conviction about what is real and what is not. But you are.
And how do I-
And I'm just gonna pray for you. It's
I'm sorry,
okay.
where can I-
Yeah, you're gonna be in my prayers, and
Where can I go to ask the Holy Spirit?
But you just gotta believe and have faith and
Go
talk.
to your room, close your door.
Gotcha. So
and talk to him.
in order to believe in the Holy Spirit, in order for me to come to the conclusion that God is real, I need to already believe in God.
You don't have to.
So
Just
in
close
order
your
to
eyes and
believe
pray,
in
and
God,
Holy
you
Spirit
first
touch
must
you.
believe in God.
Man, I myself, I didn't believe in Jesus at all. I was in like new spirituality and all that stuff. I used to buy crystals and I used to read tarot or whatever. But it was the Holy
Based?
Spirit who. You said what?
I said based.
What do you mean
Based
based?
on what?
Yeah, crystals are true.
No, she
You
used to
know-
read. She used to look at angel numbers. She used to do all this type of
Well,
all this demon
you're
stuff
just saying that
All
because
this
Jupiter's in
idolatry that
retrograde.
is not from God, and the Holy Spirit guide me to the only way, to the only door, to
Amen.
the only
Amen.
way to
No.
heaven, which is Jesus. Yes.
No, it's because you're a Leo. You're just saying this because you're a Leo.
She's not a Leo either. Like that's not even.
You don't even know.
You're just saying that because you're a Capricorn.
No, you're trying to guess. That's what
Wait,
demons do.
did I
They
get
would
it
say like,
right?
I literally told you my testimony, bro.
and I did too.
I literally was shot at, bro, multiple
But
times, and I did not
I
get
literally didn't ask.
It don't matter though. That's really true. Jesus saved me, bro.
Listen, Jesus isn't, or no, not Jesus. Jupiter is in retrograde. As soon as Jupiter is no longer in retrograde,
And God created all the planets.
This phase
God
will
created
pass.
the sun. God created the whole universe, bro.
No, that's not true.
How do you think?
Who did?
How do you think we're?
I think the
breathing right
universe
now,
has
bro?
always existed, but I think that neither of you have the boots for that.
How do you even
hike.
think you talking right now? You got a brain. All this. Who made you, bro? Who
Oh,
made
I
you?
think humans came from evolution.
From what evolution?
The process of evolution.
What process of evolution? Explain to me, bro. You're not making no
Yeah,
sense.
the thing. So there's genetic mutations that happen over time. These mutations result in different traits via different gene expressions.
No,
These
you're
different
wrong.
traits are going to be either advantageous, neutral, or disadvantageous. And it's
don't
going to be more
understand.
likely
How
that the
was the
traits that are
human created? I don't
advantageous
think
are
all
going to
them
be
works.
selected
I don't
for.
think all them
I.e.,
works.
the things that are good at surviving and reproducing are going to be more
I asked
likely
you
to
a simple
survive and
question.
reproduce.
I didn't ask you a whole paragraph. I asked you how did the humans get here? That's all.
Yeah. Oh, the simple answer is the process of evolution.
No, that's not the answer. God did. He made us out of dirt. He made us the Holy Spirit.
Okay. Wait, so
Phone me. Nobody, bro. These comments, man. These comments are.
if God made us, then why were we made so terribly?
What do you mean terribly?
We got free will, bro.
85% of our DNA is completely useless. Why would God make so much of our DNA useless? Sorry, wait, what
He
was
made us
that?
with free will. You can either follow him or not.
Yeah, but why would he make our
You can either follow him
DNA
or not. You got
useless?
free will.
Okay,
He even regretted making us at one point. If you read the Bible.
I can just keep asking the question. Why would he make so much of our DNA useless?
What do you mean useless? If we don't have DNA, like, what is your point about
so-
DNA talking about?
So we only need 15% of our DNA. The rest is useless. In fact, it's actually often very directly detrimental, right? So sometimes this useless DNA will overwrite useful DNA, and now you'll be fucked. You'll get some genetic disorder. Kat, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
What's your point there?
Yeah, just that God designed our DNA terribly.
God, see, you're talking about God right now.
Yeah, because you believe
can you
that.
talk about God
I'm asking
creating-
you, if God is real, then why is our
Yes.
DNA designed so terribly? Talking about your worldview, not mine.
Man,
DNA so terribly. That's your debate.
Yeah.
Why God is
Absolutely.
not real? Because
God
he
is-
made this wrong.
God
What
is
can you make?
perfect.
What
God
can
is
you make?
perfect.
you never had a tragic or something happen to you, bro, personally?
Oh, I mean, I have, but I was an atheist before all that stuff. Also, I don't share my personal stuff because that's weird.
Nah, it's a testimony, bro. That's not weird.
No, it's weird. I don't
not
know.
weird.
I'm not going to trauma dump
It's
on
not
all these
weird.
nice people.
It's weird for you to be talking about God isn't real on TikTok Live just because you want
No,
bread.
I don't think that's weird. I think it's fun. It's provocative, gets the people going.
It gets the people confused.
Oh, well, I think you certainly seem confused. It doesn't
I'm
seem
not
like you have
confused.
an
I believe in
argument
my
at all.
Lord, Savior, and God, Jesus Christ, bro.
Yeah, wait, but unfortunately, Jesus Christ can't give you answers to basic questions like why is so much of our DNA
You're not
useless?
asking basic questions. You're over here replying with some big dictionary words that nobody cares about, bro.
Scientific.
Like, you're not
Which big dictionary word did you not understand?
You was talking, bro. I don't even remember the words you was talking about because it's irrelevant.
Okay, I can just run through the
I'm
question
confused,
again.
bro. I'm not confused. I just know who's the
You
real
are
life savior, bro.
confused.
All these
So,
people are confused.
why
All these
is
people are confused.
so much of our DNA useless?
What can I talk to Eon about? Eon, man, you
You
just
talk to me about why so much of our DNA is useless.
my DNA is
If we
not
don't
useless.
have,
It is.
It's not useless.
It is. Parts of it. Large parts of it are. Yes,
Prove
it
it.
is.
How is my DNA useless?
Yeah, because a massive portion of your DNA, around 85%. Castile, thank you so much for that. And
See,
Catherine, thank you so
over
much
here
for the
talking about
$6.66
something,
on
and then you get
Cash App.
confused about donations, bro.
Catherine, hail Catherine, hail 666, hail Satan. Big W,
Oh
Catherine.
my God,
Wait, I
you
think-
tripping. Eon, you tripping.
Yeah, it is Catherine. No, perfect. I thought I fucked up the name. That would have been sad. So back to it. The way your DNA is useless, that we know it's useless, is because your functional DNA
Science and
will...
theology don't mix.
Oh, then I'm just going to prefer science.
You prefer science over Jesus.
Yeehaw! Thank you so much. Absolutely. If you don't like
What?
science, then turn your phone off.
So you must believe the world's flat, huh?
No, the opposite. But ironically enough, the Bible says that the world is flat. In Job 38:14 it
the world got
says...
four corners.
No, in Job 38:14 it says that the earth is shaped like clay underneath a seal.
How many people in these comments believe in Jesus?
Why are you appealing to the comments? Just
Nah,
get
because
the
I want to
arguments.
see how many people really care.
Wait, do you think the earth is flat?
Nah, the world is round, bro.
Okay, yeah, wait, so then you disagree with the Bible, so the Bible is wrong.
because of science. And who created science? Like
Jesus.
science
That's like
created itself. Like wisdom created itself. Life
Science was
created itself.
Science was an outstretch of
A lot of
philosophy.
people believe, look, Jesus is king. I believe, look.
Yeah, just because lots of people
God is
believe that the
real.
earth
Look,
is flat.
everybody follow me who believe in Jesus because Eon. is
Why are you cloud sharking?
Nah,
get your own,
you tripping.
get your
Eon,
own
making these people
cloud.
confused.
Yeah, I think just because you're confused doesn't mean that these
I'm not
nice people are
buddy.
confused. You are
I'm not
confused.
I'm not. I can even talk to you in Spanish if you want me to. Because
Oh,
English is
I
not even
don't-
my language.
I don't speak Spanish.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
look-
I took 4 years of Mandarin.
Okay. But Jesus is real, bro. I already told you my testimony. You don't want to believe it because you don't want to hear my personal stories. That's you, bro. I'm not lying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just asking you like very directly, like, please don't tell me your testimony.
But why?
Because I can't engage with it. It's not
You're not engaged
falsifiable.
with it?
That's
It's
the
not-
experience that
That's
he
not-
had
Because
with
this
my
is
mom.
because this is a debate. I can't debate your personal experience.
But it's real. I literally, I can't.
If it actually happened, if you have literally any verifiable documents about this, then I'd love to read through the verifiable documents. But
I literally was in a
otherwise,
shootout, my
I
boy.
have
I used to be in the street. I used to
no-
smoke a lot of. I used to do a lot of
Okay.
drugs. I used to do a lot of stuff, and Jesus saved me, bro. He literally took me out of all that. I was down bad, and Jesus came and saved me, bro. Why you got hangman?
Oh no, I thought you were gonna give your testimony.
You trolling, man.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can't really engage with any of that. So
That's
Do you-
rehab, not Jesus. It's not rehab, man. Y'all tripping.
do you have? I mean, I don't know. I feel like we've exhausted all the avenues, right? Like you just have no answer for anything. Well, I guess we can run the rock. Why not? Can God make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
God can lift anything.
Gotcha. So can God make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
No.
Does he have all the power?
He got all the
He's
power.
Oh, gotcha. Wait, so then God's not all powerful.
Omnipotence, ¿cómo se dice?
You gotta watch The Chosen, my boy.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Go to Hulu and look up The Chosen. It's literally Jesus' story.
I'm all right. I got better things to do.
Like what? Like talk
You
about God.
you should read The Best Argument Against God by Graham Oppy.
Jesus Christ is King. Thank you, James.
Okay, wait. So you agree that God's not all powerful?
God is all powerful. He's the Almighty.
Okay. Does God have the power to make a rock that's so heavy he doesn't have the power to lift it?
He can't. He's not. He can't. You heard the question he asking me? Can God make a rock so heavy that he can't lift it? No, he cannot, because he gonna be able to lift it.
So wait. So then he lacks the power to do something?
Oh my God, he trying to confuse my brain, gang.
Your brain is confused.
It's not. You confused. You haven't had a personal experience so close to death or so close to anything that don't convince you to be a Jesus believer, bro. You just want to yap about God isn't real, but you're literally talking about God right now because God is right here every day, every time.
Yeah, he's a fictional character, and I'm trying to demonstrate to you that he's a fictional character.
Why are you talking about him?
Because I think it's important for people to think more critically about their beliefs.
It's important for people to believe in God.
It's important for people to think critically about their beliefs and not just believe things dogmatically.
So when you die, don't be
Nobody
crying and
knows.
burning, bro.
No, I have no reason to think that that's going to happen.
That's
Literally
gonna
none.
happen, and if you believe it or not, then that's on you, my boy.
Yeah, I certainly don't. In the
Yeah,
same way that you're not worried about like Islamic hell. I'm not worried about Christian hell.
So you believe that when you die, there's no afterlife, or there's no after nothing?
I have no idea what happens after we die. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows, just people know. People died and came back to life and explained testimonies that they saw God, and I believe
Yeah,
that.
wait, did you know that people who come back, the things that they see are going to be based on their culture? That like a Hindu person, their near-death experience is when they're resuscitated, they come back from like their Hindu resting place. They see like Vishnu and shit.
See, it's sad for these people to believe that burning for life is fine. That's not fine.
I think what's actually sad is your complete inability to come up with an argument. You can't even give even a bit of an argument. Your argument is literally just like, well, pray on it. So I prayed on it. Nothing happened. So you have nothing.
If God is not real, right? Why don't you put Satan is not real or like somebody else? Why you gotta come against God if it's not real?
Because he's the main character. Because I think the
you wanna
messaging.
be the main character. That's your point.
No, because God's the main character in your book. Because it gets the point across to the type of debates that I'm interested in having.
I believe like if you don't believe in God, like you say, you will not spend your time to do
about
this all information and all this argument with people and putting here God is not real. If you deep down don't believe that he's real, that's
Okay. So I know myself probably better than you do, and I don't believe in God. So.
That sucks. Damn.
Well, do you got anything else, or should I move on to the next guest?
Now you can move on, bro. You have a nice day. God bless you, bro.
Damn, that was brutal. This is why you should read up on philosophy, folks, so you don't end up looking like that. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Let's try to get this all the way up to 100K likes. You can do it. Just keep on double tapping. Share it with your friends. Drop a follow if you never want to miss these debates in the future. If you're having a good time, if you're enjoying it, if you want to learn a thing or two, if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. But if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you don't meet that criteria, I'm not going to talk to you. And if you want to join the community to learn more about what I do here, talk to me, talk to anybody in the community, never miss a single stream. There's a link to the Discord in my bio. Only join if you're 18 or older. But with that, we'll go to the next guest. It's discord.gg/allegedly-Ian. I'd love to see each and every one of you there. What's up, Grayson? How's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. What religion?
I'm from the Christian Bible.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
So when you go back to the history, you can see that there are many witnesses to what the Bible has said. And I think there's around 500 witnesses.
Okay. So the Bible is true because of the eyewitnesses in the Bible?
I would say so if that's what we're going off.
Okay, so can you tell me why my power strip isn't working?
Yes, because it's plugged into the same power strip.
And your justification for the Bible is plugged into the Bible. You're citing the Bible to try to prove the Bible. This only works if I already believe that the Bible is true, in the same way that this configuration would only work if the power strip is already powered. So do you have any evidence that doesn't come from the Bible for the truth of the Bible?
That is not just from the Bible. That is from many prophecies, from other history books, and whatnot.
Such as?
I don't know them off the top of my head.
Okay, so the evidence is something that you can't even tell me?
Well, what are you saying? And then you bring up the argument of the rocks theory.
No, this one only applies if you think that God exists outside of logic, if you think that he is illogical. Also, wait, okay. Yeah, it does say 09 in the bio. That's true. Travis, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Travis. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Big W, Travis, in the comment section. If anybody else wants to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio as we go to the very next guest. Nah, good catch, chat.
Yo.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
45.
Yeah, what religion?
Christianity.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
How come the devil is real if God isn't?
Devil's not real.
Then what the fuck are you saying?
I'm saying hail Satan. It's provocative. Gets the people going.
Alright.
Wait, what year were you born?
2008.
Okay.
Fuck you, nerdy ass.
Okay. Maybe if you were a bit more nerdy, you would have read a couple of books and been able to contend with the argument a bit better. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Oh, I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. Get your ankles shattered. You will never debate again. So we go to the very next guest. Keep on double tapping on that screen. We're almost at 100K likes. Let's get there. What's up? How's it going, Andrew? Andrew. Okay, we'll try to get more people. We'll try to get someone in here. Damn, if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. What's up, TikToker?
Okay, so was that your main argument that God doesn't exist?
Are you asking me for my argument?
Yes.
My main argument is just going to come down to the imperfections that are present in the human genome. That if God is perfect, then that would mean that he's a perfect designer, which means that he would create a perfect design, but our design is very imperfect. It has lots of flaws. It is gratuitously complex. That repeats itself. There are sequences that repeat themselves over and over again. It is it makes mistakes all of the time, so it has mechanisms to try to correct the mistakes, but these mechanisms are flawed, so mistakes prevail.
Who makes mistakes? Yeah. Who makes mistakes?
The mechanisms in our genomes.
Mm-hmm. Like people born autism, like that.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the genetic pathway for autism is, but cancer is an example of one of the effects of this. Another effect of this is there's a disease that causes 2-year-olds to try to stab sharp objects into their face and eyes that results from the way that our DNA is designed. So if God designed our DNA, our cellular anatomy, I'm not sure why he would give us the anatomy for cancer.
Well, if you're saying cancer, everyone has cancer. You're saying because you can catch a disease with that, and cancer even shouldn't even be in the part of our DNA, or what you're saying?
Yeah, just that, so God could have designed our cellular anatomy in a way where cancer is impossible, that we could never get cancer. But instead, he designed our cellular anatomy in a way where we could get cancer.
But no, look, as the Bible says, that a human is born with a sin already because Adam and Eve were thrown out of the gates of heaven. and that's why we get diseases. If it wasn't, if they weren't thrown out, we would live just in a perfect world. And these diseases you can mean is a sin.
That's not true, right? Because these diseases all existed long before humans existed. We have dinosaur bones that have cancer, which means that these same cellular mechanisms existed before humans existed.
No. Look, what are the articles? Can you say an article? I'll read.
Yeah, you want an article talking about dinosaur bones with cancer?
You're allowed to.
Yep. No problem. Dinosaur bone with cancer. This is coming to you from the Osteosarcoma Institute. Article is titled Osteosarcoma Discovered in 77 Million Year Old Dinosaur Bone.
Okay, but I don't actually accept the theory that Earth is like billions of years old.
So you reject science?
No, I do not.
So science, the scientific consensus is that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old.
No, I'm saying about the creatures, not the actual Earth.
So you think dinosaurs didn't exist?
Not specifically dinosaurs, maybe some lizards like that, but not dinosaurs.
Then what the fuck are all these bones?
Lizard. All like lizard bones.
What's the meaningful distinction? Like, if you want to say that this bone is like a big lizard bone with cancer, that doesn't help you. It's still 66 million years old.
Well, okay.
So it's way older than any human. Oh, he ran. Okay. I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair. Scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive, get your ankles absolutely shattered, you will never debate again. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Let's try to get this live in front of as many people as we can. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Skinsley. That you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you don't fit that criteria, I'm not talking to you. Little Sandy, appreciate that. Thank you. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. But if you want to join the community, link to the Discord in my bio. Only join if you're 18 or older. What's up? How's it going?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born?
I was born in 2002.
Okay. Very interesting. You were not 18. Good try. But keep on double tapping on that screen. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are 18. What's up, Dan?
How's it going?
Doing well. How old are you?
I am 44 years old.
And what religion?
My mother is Jewish, my father is Christian, but I'm a mixture of both.
So do you accept the new covenant or not?
I don't. So I pray to the Father in heaven. I don't pray to Jesus. The thing for Jewish people, even religious people from the Torah, we're not allowed to pray to anything but the Father. That's the difference between Jews and Christians in the sense. Also, I don't keep all the laws, but I do keep Shabbat. I keep some of the kosher laws, and I do the best I can, But I believe that Jesus also kept the Torah, and there's a lot of contradictions in from what he said and his followers said, but the morality is what's important for everybody. That's what I believe. So.
Okay, so do you think that it's moral for God to say that it's okay to own slaves in Leviticus?
It's not for us to decide what's moral and not moral when it comes to God deciding things. He created all things. Now, people will say there's no God, right? So if there was no God, then how did intelligence come? People are going to say there's big explosions. But you can't have intelligence come from non-intelligence.
You moved past that question awfully quick. Let's actually stay in like...
Okay, I'm sorry. You're saying
that's
God
fine.
is real, so I'm trying
but
to...
you brought up morality, so I thought that you wanted to talk about morality.
I want to talk about proving to you that God is real. That's why I
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. But just to be clear, it sounds like you're saying that God was correct when he said that slavery is okay.
Again, if God created all things, well, first of all, in the Torah, first of all, it's called slavery, but first of all, they had to treat them good. They weren't allowed to beat them. It wasn't like they were mistreated in the sense, and I'm not saying slavery is right in the sense that somebody should own somebody else.
Well, so they were allowed to beat them, just not too hard.
No, that's not true. Have you studied the laws in the Torah?
Yeah, it literally says that you can beat them, but you just can't beat them so hard that they have any permanent damage done to them.
I've never seen that. No.
I can give you the verse if you're interested.
Can you give me the verse? So my understanding is that if your slave or your servant attacks you, then yes, you're not allowed to just physically punch them. They're not a child that you're disciplining. So
do you physically punch children that you're disciplining?
First of all, I've never put my hands on a child. I don't believe in physically hurting a child. Spanking, there's a level of abuse, and there's a level of, if a little kid acts out, he has to know not to do it. Listen, everybody thinks that when a parent disciplines their child, that they're abusing them. Now, there is a level of abuse where, if you're beating up your kid, for a parent to spank the kid, and it teaches a kid not to do it again, and it's not going to injure him, and he learns that it's wrong. Sometimes parents, discipline their kids because they don't want, if they do something very dangerous, like they try to put their hand on the stove, or, they walk outside the yard, mommy told you not to do that. Daddy, if the kid doesn't listen, even if he doesn't like the response from the parent's really trying to instill into that kid that it's for his own best good. Now, there are people who are abusers that are really evil people that like to hurt others, and those people are not with God.
Okay, so I got moving past that, because that's crazy. Exodus 21:20 through 21. Anyone who beats their male or female slaves with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. So you can beat your slave with a rod, is what this Exodus verse says.
So I'd have to look into the deeper interpretation of what the actual. So there's something called poskening. There's what's called pashat and what's called the samic. So there's deeper levels of interpretation. So what did that slave do? So there has to be, from my understanding, usually, and I'll have to look it deeper, I see what the verse says, but the reason that slave was physically beaten was maybe he did something as bad, if not worse, to another human being. What if that slave beat somebody up really bad? It's called an eye for an eye in the Torah. The Torah. Listen, if you rob somebody for their money, God's going to take the money back from you. There's nothing that you can get away with. I don't believe that means that you can just beat your slave. If that has to do with them doing something physically. I will look deeper into that.
Yeah, it seems like you're adding an awful lot of things that you hope are true into the interpretation.
It's not true. First of all, we have what's called the Mishnah, we have the Torah, and we have the oral Torah. So the oral Torah, which non-Jews don't seem to accept, is the interpretation of the written Torah. So everything's not just cut and dry.
Wait, so I'm just confused. So which scenarios do you think it's acceptable to beat somebody with a rod?
Well, let's say somebody comes into your house and starts beating on your wife, or starts beating on your kid with a rod. Okay, there's a scene in a movie called Tombstone where Wyatt Earp, he sees a man hitting a horse with a whip. So he picks up the whip and he hits the man right back, and he goes, "It hurts, don't it?"
Yeah, that's a real nice movie, but this is literally talking about the beating of slaves. Where does it put any of those guidelines in?
It has nothing to do with the movie. It was the point I was making is, if you're going to do that to somebody else, it's going to be done to you, right?
Yeah, wait, but where does it say literally any of that here?
In the Torah, it says an eye for an eye. It's just it doesn't just.
It says that your slave is your possession, that they're your property, that you can do whatever you want to them.
It does not say no. First of all, there's penalties for an owner if they mistreat them that in a way that is not proper with discipline. That's not true.
So can you find me the prohibition on beating your slave with a rod just because you want to?
Okay, well, I will look up to see when a physical beating is instilled, and I've never heard of that happening unless from what I've studied, when that has occurred, it's because they're showing them what they did to somebody else.
Oh, he got the hate speech flag. Damn, that's crazy. I can't believe he got the hate speech flag. Fuck. I mean, nobody's live. Maybe I'll probably end stream just to be safe, and then I'll come right back up in like 30 seconds. So I'll see you all in like 30 seconds. All right, bye. Carnivorous. What are, I don't know other words, but keep on double tapping that screen. Let's get this live in front of as many people as we can. Had to back it up there for a second, just to make sure that we don't lose all of it, because wouldn't that be sad? That'd be a real bummer. I know I'd be pretty bummed out about that. Change name, yeah, just for Why'd you change the spelling of your name? Because someone called me Eon over and over again. That's how they pronounce my name. So I had to, change it to make it accurate because I didn't want to make that person a liar, right? Like I wanted to be like a trooper for that person, not like, the opposite of a trooper for that person. But if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. But hey, what's up? How's it going? How do you pronounce your name? Ian. Let's go to the first guest, but double tap on that screen, share it with your friends. What's up, guest? How's it going? Oh, we got a runner already. First guest, first runner. Guest, more like victim. Let's get the first one on in here. Oh, I already talked to you. Yeah, you weren't 18 or older. You are underage, and you can't be underage. That's one of the things that you're not capable. You're not allowed to do that. Don't do that. But share it with your friends. Let's try to get this. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Marcus?
Hey, I don't want to waste your time. I just want to tell you you're amazing, and you've really helped like strengthen my beliefs and kind of give, I think important information, help back up, my beliefs, and I appreciate seeing you every day.
Thank you so much. I'll move on to the next guest, but big W guest, I do appreciate that. That is awfully, awfully kind of you. Thank you so much. Hey, what's up? How's it going, EJP?
Hey, not bad.
Yeah.
How about you?
Doing well. How old are you?
19.
And what religion?
Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, so I was thinking to myself, and I thought, I was taught in school that the Earth was created because of the Big Bang. And I was asking, well, what happened before that? And they said, we don't know. So it took me a few nights of thinking, but I came to the conclusion that it's just as likely, if not more, for God to have done that than it have just, come into existence.
Oh, I don't think so at all. We have literally no evidence for God or anything supernatural, in fact, whereas we have lots of evidence for we have evidence that the universe is going to go through a big crunch where it's going to get into a place like it was right before the Big Bang, which would then lead to another rapid expansion of the universe, that the universe goes through multiple cycles of expanding and then contracting. The evidence for this is the fact that dark energy is getting weaker. Dark energy is the thing that drives the expansion of the universe in the first place. So that means that eventually it's going to stop expanding. So that's the evidence that the Earth is going to keep on contracting, or that the universe is going to keep on contracting and expanding.
Okay, thank you for that. But I still think to myself, where has it come from in the first place?
I think it's always existed.
You see, I can't wrap my mind around where everything's come from. There's an end to it, so surely there's going to be a start to it.
Oh, I don't think that there's an end to it. I think that it's just going to go like that forever, that it's always existed, it's going to go forever. Where do you think God came from?
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough. Okay. I see that now. Thank you.
Yeah. I think that either way, you're going to have to hold that something always existed.
Yeah, I get that, and I can imagine, I find it more plausible for a God to exist than a universe to have just, come into existence.
Why? I mean, the universe exists. You don't know that God exists. So it seems so, because you can either believe in a universe which has always existed, or you can believe a universe which has not always existed, which was created by a God who always existed. So why would you want one more thing to the worldview when you could just have the simpler worldview and say that the universe has always existed?
Well, I suppose a God is sort of a higher power, and it sort of gives you explanations to things that are hard to understand.
I guess I just don't see what's hard to understand about the universe always existing.
It's not so much the universe existing, but the kinds of things in it and what happens.
So your contention is not that you think the universe couldn't have always existed, but instead refers to specific facts about the universe.
Yeah, I suppose like
which ones?
Life in general. I think the fact that I have a conscience is kind of like, where on earth did that come from? Do you know? You know?
Yeah, I think it comes from our brain, and our brain emerged like this out of evolution.
It's hard for me to see how at one point it was just dirt and rubble in space, and things happen in such a perfect way that I now have a conscience.
That you now have, so I think that there's like a lot of things that make it more plausible. I think that the correct interpretation of life is just that it's an event that is rare, but ultimately results if you have enough chances. For example, the rest of our universe is completely lifeless, which makes me think that life is just a phenomena that can happen, but it's unlikely. KTP, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail KTP! Hail 666! Hail Satan! WKTP in the comment section. I appreciate the hell out of that.
Okay, I'm gonna leave after that. I'm gonna leave after that one because that's super offensive, dude.
Oh, well, I mean, that's just my religious beliefs.
I suppose, but do you not think if I was sort of stood on a stage in front of 600 people and started shaming a certain religion,
who's shamed?
Pardon?
Who's shamed?
You hailing Satan.
Yeah, wait, but who does that shame?
That kind of puts. That's so. What do you think Satan is?
Oh, I mean, I think Satan's a fictional character.
Okay. Well, that's. I mean, if your belief is God isn't real, then I can see why you don't believe in Satan either.
Yeah.
But it's just offensive when you're saying something like that to someone who believes in Satan.
Well, I mean, those, I could just be like a Satanist, and those could just be like my religious beliefs. In the same way that you probably don't think it's offensive to say like, Hail Christ, or like Christ is King. I don't see why it would be offensive for someone to say Hail Satan.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I just don't see why anyone would want to look up to such an evil character.
Because it's provocative, gets the people going. Nicole,
right,
thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail 666. Hail Nicole. Hail Satan. Big W Nicole in the comment section. Appreciate that.
Okay, well, thank you for a good discussion, man.
Yeah, you as well. Appreciate you coming on up here.
All right, bye.
Yep, later. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. You should be double tapping on that screen. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Make sure you're dropping that follow so you never, ever, ever, ever miss a single stream in the future. Wouldn't that make you sad if you missed a stream in the future? Certainly not. So keep on double tapping that screen. Let's get this all the way up to, I don't know, call it 30K likes. So just keep on double tapping that screen on up as we go to the very next guest. If you want to join the community, link to the Discord is in my bio. Only join if you're 18 or older. It's discord.gg/allegedlyian. What's up? How's it going, Riley?
What's good?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 14.
Yeah. Oh, 14? The fuck? You don't sound 14. I think that's cap, but regardless, that is a wrong answer. Okay. 14 is crazy. Wait, was it 40? Okay. No. Well, it sounded either way. It sounded like 14, so can't be too careful. What's up? How's it going? How old are you?
13.
How old? I'm sorry, the mic quality is just a bit too piercing. If you have like a different microphone.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 22.
And what religion?
Yeah, Christianity, of course.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
No, well, I was going to internally critique you, but that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna wait. Can I internally critique you, or are you gonna like critique me at the moment?
Yeah, which part? I mean, go for it.
Yeah, all right. So you said God isn't real. What's gonna be the basis of this?
Okay. Which one do I want to run? I think that there are paradoxes in omniscience that involve set theory. That there's like illogical contradictions. That there's like some sets that are impossible to construct, but if God knows everything, then he would be forced to construct them. Patricia, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Big W, Patricia, in the comment section.
Oh, okay. So are you talking about like a hypothetical where God creates a rock that he can't move?
No. So there's like certain paradoxical sets that can't exist. So imagine like a set that contains all sets which do not contain themselves. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, let's scrap this argument, actually. I'll go with an easier one. Let's just do the biology argument. Love the biology argument. So if God's perfect, then he's a perfect designer, which means that presumably he would create a perfect design, which means that our cellular anatomy should be perfectly designed, but our cellular anatomy is inefficient and wasteful and fallible. So if God is a perfect designer, how is it possible that he creates a perfect design or an imperfect design?
I don't agree that after the fall we had a perfect design. Like I do believe he's perfect. I do believe he's a perfect designer. However, after the fall, I feel like how it's described is that we obviously cause a lot of issues for ourselves. So I think before the fall, we're talking about that. I think we were perfectly designed in a biological way. However, after this, I don't think so.
That's just historically untrue. We have dinosaur bones that have cancer. This cancer only emerges via the mechanisms that I described. The dinosaur bone is 66 million years older than... Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Luna. 66 million years older than the humans, the very first humans, which means that you either need to reject science or accept that the fall can't possibly account for things like the faults in our cellular anatomy.
Okay. Well, no, I'm specifically talking about like before Adam and Eve, because I do believe that animals and such could have, based on evolution, I think they could result in an imperfect design.
Oh, wait, so you think God did evolution?
I believe he caused the first thing to occur. I believe evolution was like a result from like the Big Bang and such. Well, not like direct result, but like how we believe our Earth came about and such. I believe this led to eventually the evolutionary process on Earth, which then led to the creation of these creatures that we know today.
So when did the fall happen?
Are you saying like the time?
Yeah, what time did the fall happen?
I can't tell you now.
Okay, so do you acknowledge that dinosaurs existed before humans?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, wait, so maybe I just missed the explanation, but how do you account for dinosaur cancer?
I think this is going to be imperfect, yeah. I would say if it's going to be a perfect design, then I would say if evolution had a completely perfect design, then if it had a perfect design, then it probably wouldn't be able to get cancer. It would have some kind of like biological perfection in it, which would make it perfect for, let's say, like hunting or eating or not getting sick and such.
So why would God give us the anatomy to get cancer when he could have given us the anatomy to not get cancer?
Are you saying, okay. You're saying that if we were perfectly designed, then we shouldn't be able to get cancer?
Yeah, that cancer in our cells results from design flaws.
I don't believe cancer was possible before the fall. Well, for human beings specifically.
Wait, that sounds unbelievably ad hoc. So you think cancer? So you think that that all of these other animals, like dinosaurs, that they had the cellular anatomy to get cancer, and then humans like had just a completely different anatomy, and then the fall happened, and then suddenly we got the same anatomy as them? That makes no sense at all.
No. So before the fall, human beings, like Adam and Eve, were created perfectly, right? It wasn't specified if the animals had a perfect design. It was just specified that the human beings before the fall had a perfect design. However, after this, this is not the case. As we did start to, it would be permitted for us to eat animals. It would be like permitted for us to do a lot of other things that we ordinarily would not do before this.
Okay, wait. So that's also just going to be untrue based on everything that we know. We know that we came from like a long line of great apes. These great apes had the exact same cellular mechanisms, which means that they also would have been subject to cancer. That cancer is present at literally every point leading up to the human.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I don't honestly. I just want to get like insight. Normally, I do debate like normative ethically on like normative ethics and such. I don't really get into meta ethics and metaphysics, so I will concede that I'm not going to win this.
Okay,
area.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Would you want to run like just a more straightforward problem of evil?
Not. I'm not like. What do you mean? Like on what topic?
Yeah, just like if. I mean, like, what's your argument for God?
Hell no, I don't got no argument. Well,
Okay.
I got like the basic one, like potentially, like a probability argument, but it isn't strong in any capacity.
Oh, is that just like, well, I think fine tuning is like a good argument if that's what you're referring to.
No, I don't. No, I know it's a good argument in some aspects, but I'm saying I can't run it well.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, it can be like a low. I'm not gonna try to like eat you alive or whatever. If you wanted to run it.
Oh no, I've seen you debate. You can dog walk me.
It's okay. Okay. Well, I mean, the only way to get better is by practicing, but I totally respect if you don't want to.
Hey, bro, tell Dean to learn qualia. Did he learn qualia?
Look, like the what it's like of an experience.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to Dean in a couple of months, but I
Tell him to learn qualia. Okay, so we do have a little group of pro-lifers, and he got eaten alive, but he did understand qualia to some degree. So I think I hope he learned it, but you should tell him to learn it, please, bro. He's like, he needs help.
No, I'm gonna tell him that qualia is fake.
No, you guys are great though. You guys are great.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. No, it was great to debate you. I'll drop you a follow if you ever want to come back in the future.
All right, thank you, man.
The debate was pretty cool. Oh wait, I saw you running flow on someone the other day.
Oh yeah. I can't run flow to the highest degree. I'm not on like any like higher level, but I'm trying to do better. But I've been winning a few debates with flow, and I'm getting better and better at it. But
yeah, I don't know. I think flow is I don't know. I'm not deep enough in the literature to know.
Yeah, so I mean, okay, so the thing about flow, I think the biggest misconception, I don't know if you have this misconception, but some people think that flow is like a metaphysical argument, they think it's basing it in eternalism. I don't know if you're thinking.
Well, so no, because the fetus currently has the property of a future like ours. It's about like a current property, not like a future one.
Yeah, that's the current property of a future like ours. It has these properties, and I feel like when it comes to like flow, it's very hard. It can be like vague. Like like normally when we talk about like debates and such, when people talk about specific things, you would need to get specifics. But with like flow, I think what makes it so strong is that like one, you don't have to commit yourself to a lot of things, and two, it can be very vague on what we consider intuitively to be valuable experiences in human beings.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I wish, gosh, I'm so out of my depth on like I've read the paper, but it still feels like I would embarrass myself trying to give any critique of flow. But no, I appreciate you coming on up here. You're muted. I don't know if you know that.
Sorry, what?
Oh no, I was just saying that I appreciate you coming on up here. But I should probably move on to the next guest for the God debates.
Yeah.
But no, seriously, you should join the community. I'd love to talk to you more.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. Hey, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a follow if you're enjoying the debates, doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you don't meet any of those criteria, probably not going to talk to you, but make sure you're sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. What's flow or qualia? Flow refers to a future like ours. It's an argument for abortion, or for it's like a pro-life argument specifically, that it's wrong to unalive a fetus because it currently has the property of having like a future like ours with like friends or whatever. No, I'm personally pro-sentience, so I lean like much more heavily on the pro-choice side. But I do think that it's like an argument that you can't just dismiss, and qualia is like the what it's like of a certain experience. Like there's like a blueness qualia, like the what it's like of blueness that is like, you know, sort of difficult to explain from a purely materialistic perspective. That if we're just one big chemical reaction, why does looking at blue feel that way as opposed to like a different way? Why is it like that to look at blue as opposed to a different way? But yeah, we'll go to the very next guest. Hope that answers those questions. Drop a follow if you want to support the stream. Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. What's up? How's it going? Hearts, are you there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, you're not 18 or older. Let's be so real. If you're not 18 or older, don't request to join. You must be 18 or older, believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Hey, what's up? How's it going? My Trump,
Hello.
are you there?
Hello, yes.
How old are you?
The argument is, hi, my name is Angelina.
Okay.
If God isn't real, this is my take on that. If God isn't real, then you are not real. Creation didn't happen with a bang. There was a God or a superior being that made and designed us so intricately that no man can duplicate. And it takes a God, any God, to create such beings. So if you are saying God isn't real, then you are not real.
Okay. So if God designed us, then why did he do such a bad job? Why is so much of our DNA useless?
Our DNA is designed to heal itself, okay? Within its own mechanism, there is a structure that is by power through God. And it is designed, no matter whether it's sickness, disease, whether, some people say, well, why do I have to suffer? Well, Jesus suffered on the cross.
That's not what I'm asking you. Why is 85% of our DNA completely useless?
Useless? Well, then your DNA is useless then. I'm
No,
saying
everyone has tons of useless DNA.
you're making a conflicting argument. None of us is perfect, not even by goodness or bad. Whatever it is, it still doesn't discredit us as human beings just because our imperfect DNA exists. We do exist by grace and love. And God is so superior, and that he has created us, whether we are sick or not sick, whether we are crippled or not crippled.
But why would God choose to make 85% of our DNA completely and utterly useless? Like it has no function, like the messenger RNA, mRNA, gets to it and then like looks at it and discards it. It doesn't get expressed into anything. Why would God make our DNA, so much of it completely useless, when he could have made DNA that has like 100% function?
It has to do with suffering on earth. Nothing is perfect. Just like sin, we sin. Nothing is perfect. And thank God that we are not perfect, because he's a God who forgives the imperfect, the ones who are not designed so perfectly. Now, if you have a child later on in your life, and the child ends up being disabled, deformed, whatever, and you choose to keep the child, what has happened with the child then? Are you going to discard the child because he's got an imperfect gene or chromosome? I mean, come on. That doesn't make any sense.
Certainly not. No, I'm not saying that we should discard people because they have anything imperfect, but rather just that it doesn't make any sense that for God to be completely, for our DNA, our genetics to be imperfect insofar as God's a perfect designer. Like, you agree that God's perfect, which means that he'd be a perfect designer, which means that we would expect a perfect design, but we don't have a perfect design. We have an imperfect design. Why would that be the case?
We are perfect design. Without that perfection, you and I could not communicate. I mean, we're saying this.
CXD, thank you so much, CXDEE. Appreciate the galaxy. Big W to that person's name, CXDE. Appreciate that.
Now, the thing is that you are questioning what God has done. But I'm telling you down the chain, we as humans have consumed chemicals that was made by man in the beginning. And so a lot of our DNA has been broken down. As we see now, we have deformity, we have imperfections, we got DNA that is not perfect, and we're going to see that more and more as we see chemicals in the air, and in our soil, in our water. So our DNA is going to be affected by it as we give birth to children. And if we continue in this pattern, the world will definitely destroy humanity as we speak. So, what is your argument? That God is not God because he has made us imperfect? Well, due to man's stupidness and consuming and making chemicals for all of us to consume, which is the purpose of Satan, to destroy humanity. He doesn't want us existing. He doesn't want us living. So he's going to create situations where man will accept chemicals as another alternative to consume. Now, I'm telling you now, I believe this, and I've been on this earth a long time to know that imperfection comes with people who are good or bad. So it doesn't matter. He's not targeting anyone. We must use wisdom to create situations where we're not breaking down the DNA system.
Yeah, so how do you account for the fact that dinosaurs had the exact same issues that we had? Like, there's dinosaur bones with cancer, but dinosaurs were long before humans, so what's the deal with that?
Cancer. You know, we say to ourselves, why God? Why do I have to suffer? Why do I have to have cancer? Well, Jesus was ripped apart. He was given gall, which is urine to put in his mouth as he was dying on the cross. You know, we say to ourselves, God, I don't want to suffer. I don't want to suffer. But yet Jesus has been on the cross and he suffered so badly that he died for you and me, to have salvation, a free thing.
Yeah, that's really nice, but should we like limit the preaching and instead get to the actual like arguments and the substance? Because you're not really engaging with any of what I'm saying. The fact that somebody else went through something bad doesn't mean that it's okay to do like any bad thing. The fact that the Schmolocaust doesn't mean that it's somehow not bad to do like armed robbery.
I'm not saying that. You know,
but you're saying that, like, well, people are like, well, you know, I have cancer and it's really bad. And then you tell them, well, what about Jesus? What about the suffering he went through? What about the people with cancer? Why would God make an anatomy that is capable of getting cancer?
I'm going to tell you something real quickly here. My brain was destroyed by an automobile wreck. Okay,
I'm not interested in the personal experience.
Yes, this is what happened. When I came back from heaven, the Lord said, I'm going to send you back to heaven, but it's going to take my timing to heal your brain. You know, for 22 years, I had amnesia. And after 22 years, I cried out to the Lord and I said, you kept a promise. I'm keeping it to you, Lord. And instantly I was healed and I regained my memory back. You see, God works in mysterious ways. The imperfections that we have can be asked by him to heal or not heal. It's up to him to decide. And whatever he decides, I'm going to go for it. And whether my brain would ever have been healed again, I would have still said, I still love you and have faith in you. So we just can't discredit that God doesn't exist. I obviously, you're Jewish, right?
No. What the fuck?
You said something to do with some, I don't know, you said, what is it, the Holocaust, or whatever you said, the way you said it.
The Holocaust is bad regardless of whether you're Jewish.
Well, of course it is. And it's something that we as people don't want to remember, but it happened. So I don't understand why you make such an argument that God doesn't exist, because if he doesn't exist, my last word is that you don't exist. Because without him, you and I would not be breathing and speaking these conflicting words on air. So
no, I think we came from evolution. Wait, so why could we have not come from evolution?
Evolution does not repeat itself. We don't come from monkeys because we haven't turned back to monkeys.
I agree, we don't come from monkeys.
Or whether we come from an organism or something. We have not returned back.
We are organisms.
We are, of course. We are a body of organisms, and that is cell, you know, and all the other structures that God has given us. The thing is that we can make a strong point about God doesn't exist. But I'm going to say this last thing. When we are in hell because of our choices, we're going to say, oh, God, you did exist. Why am I here? Because the Lord says you didn't want to listen to me. You wanted to pull out false accusations against me. And now you're in hell. And now you know that I exist. I hate to say that will happen to any of us who choose to believe that God does not exist. Do you know that God will reveal himself if you really ask him?
Do you want to ask him right now?
Yes. Hey, people.
Yeah, let's ask him right now.
Listen, he doesn't have to come back in a storm Or he doesn't have to have a.
I thought he was. Wait, I thought he would reveal himself. Wait, why are we walking away from that claim now?
I'll say something. There have been people who have been stranded on islands. They didn't believe in God. But one day, God had sent an angel and had said, listen, no.
I didn't ask. I did not ask.
I'm asking, okay? First of all, there have been people on desert islands that have come to know Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, and they got saved, and they were rescued. And if some didn't get rescued, they went on to heaven. Okay, so your argument.
I didn't ask.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you. Okay. All right. Bye.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. You had no evidence for any of your claims.
Then fine. Ask God directly. Don't ask people.
Yeah. Let's ask God right now. Dear God, if you exist, would you please reveal yourself to me and all these fine people?
You got to be sincere because God will not answer.
I am being sincere.
He will reveal to you. The Lord has spoken to my heart. He's going to reveal to you. But you're going to deny him because you're stubborn.
I'm looking around my room. It looks exactly the same as it did before I prayed.
Well, that's a physical thing. It has nothing to do with God.
I think everything is physical, but where should I be seeing God revealing himself? Is it going to be in like 2 to 3 business days? Does he need to prepare, or what's the deal? Why couldn't God reveal himself right now?
Who think that they can get away with mocking God, but don't mock God, because history tells us God does not like mockers. He will reveal, if you are really sincere to find out who God is, he will reveal to you who he is. And it'll come through signs, it will come through dreams, it will come through people who really love God. And I'm telling you right now, even the Lord sends angels to speak to you, to reveal himself.
Why doesn't God just pop down here right now and say, hey, what's up? I'm God. All right, bye-bye.
Our human nature wants God to just pop in and pop out. It doesn't work.
Yeah,
that
why
way.
doesn't he do that?
No, the thing is that he wants to work on your faith. He wants us to reveal the little mustard seed he gives us of faith.
Okay, so which relationship is going to be stronger? One where I know the other person exists, or one where I only have faith that the other person exists? Is it going to be a better relationship if I know my girlfriend exists, or if I have faith that my girlfriend exists? Which one's a stronger relationship?
No matter. God is spiritual matter. He is
No.
spirit.
Wait. Answer. Which one's the stronger relationship?
God.
That's not an answer to my question.
You said your
Which one's going to be the stronger relationship? One where I know that my girlfriend exists, or one where I have faith that my girlfriend exists? Which one's the stronger relationship?
If she should disappear and still be alive, you would still believe that she exists, right?
No. If my girlfriend disappeared off the face of the earth, then I would not think that she still existed.
You could be in space, in a spaceship, who knows? But you still believe that she exists until you see her, right?
So I would need an initial starting knowledge that she exists. So I could have faith that God continues to exist after he reveals himself for the first time, but I can't have a relationship that I start just based on faith. I can't have faith that I'm in a relationship. I need to know that I'm in a relationship. Otherwise, it's not meaningful. It's not two-way.
I'll tell you this. Your relationship is just based on physical. Okay? But you're
not going to answer the question.
Well, I'm trying to describe. Your relationship is physical right now. And of course, you know that she exists. She's there with you. Because we are humans, we want tangible things. We want to touch things. But in the spirit realm, in God's realm, you can't touch it. You know that when God reveals himself, it'll be a spiritual level, not a physical level.
Yeah, I don't believe in anything spiritual, so I'm just not really sure what that means.
That is the block. That is the block that you have between God and the physical.
Fact that I like facts and things that are real?
You are saying that unless you could touch it, see it, smell it, taste it, that you don't believe.
Yeah, or like hear it, or there's lots of ways, right? God could put crystals in my room right now that perfectly spelled out God is real, and that'd probably do it. There's just a million ways God could reveal himself to me very straightforwardly.
I'm going to say this. I was into witchcraft, into crystals, into all those things. I was even into meditation and levitation, okay? Jesus delivered me from that. I had to cry out to a God I didn't know existed, and he delivered me.
Kind of an L. That's an L. Well, you're only saying that because you're a Pisces.
No. That's no, not a
As
Pisces.
soon as Jupiter gets back into retrograde, you'll be right back at it. You'll remember the truth of crystals.
Do the zodiac signs anymore. God said, no, those are not of me. Those are man things. But anyway, I don't want to argue with you anymore.
Scout, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Scout, hail 666, hail Satan. I appreciate that. Big W Scout in the comment section.
Himself, saying to you, bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. I accept your surrender.
I don't surrender to nothing.
You haven't argued anything. Are you trying to... Do you not know how to get out? It's the X in the right-hand corner. Oh, she just swiped off the app. Okay, I'll help you out. I accept your surrender. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen though. Try to get this live in front of as many people as we possibly can. Make sure you're dropping a follow, doing all that good stuff, sharing it with your friends. Try to fill that bar up. We made it to 50K, proud of all of you. Let's try to get to 75K, so just keep on double tapping. I'm sure that you can do it. All of you left like 20 likes right now, we would already be there. Let's go to the very next guest. Thank you so much. And if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. What's up?
Hello.
How's it going? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 40.
Okay, and what religion?
Non-denomination.
So Christian?
Non-denomination. I just came up here to tell you that, you know, with having faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, you are going to go to hell and you're going to get suffered tormentedly because you're straying Christians away from Christ.
That's a really interesting threat, but do you have like an argument for why any of that's real?
Because my faith, I believe in Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's your faith, not mine, so I don't really care. Like,
Well,
maybe you should go threaten someone who
I hope
believes in
and
your
pray
fairy
that You
tale.
will turn your beliefs around. And I just wanted to come on here and tell you that.
Do you think
I
telling
love
people
and
that they'll be
support you,
tortured...
And I really hope that you.
Before you run away, I just have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Or I guess a couple. So I want you to think of someone who you love, like truly, deeply love more than anyone in the world.
Yeah.
What would this person have to do for you to think that it's okay for them to be tortured forever?
Who's to say that they would be tortured forever?
You.
Well, how do I
I'm just
feel?
asking you, what would they have to do for you to think it's okay for them to be tortured forever?
What would they have to do to be tortured forever?
Yeah, what would they have to do? What kind of evil, sick crime would they need to do in order for you to think it's okay for them to be tortured forever?
Well, I can't answer that because
so much.
I'm not
Appreciate that.
God. I'm not
asking you
all-knowing.
about God or hell. I'm just asking you about torture forever. What would this person that you love more than anything in the world, what would that person need to do for you to think that it's okay for them to be tortured forever?
Well, I mean, I think that they would have to really, truly be sinister, you know? They would have to be truly evil, you know?
Yeah, but God's willing to torture the people that he loves even deeper than you love it. You love the person that you're thinking about. God's willing to torture these people for much less.
Right, but he's very clear when he speaks in the Bible about, you know, the salvation that we have in Christ, that if we believe and we confess with our mouth that the Son of God is real and he did what he did for us, he sacrificed himself for us to have everlasting life. That's what he's willing
not
to give us.
relevant. That's not relevant because what you said is that in order for you to think that it's okay to torture someone forever, someone that you love, they would need to be like just a real sick fuck. They would need to be so evil for you to think that they deserve to be tortured forever. But God's willing to torture people forever for the crime of...
They would have to be truly evil, you know. I mean, but by what God, his standards is that you have to believe in Jesus Christ. You have to follow the 10 Commandments. You have to follow his law.
So God's willing to torture people forever for much, much less. He's willing to torture people forever for the crime of
Yes.
being wrong about religion.
Yes.
So then God's a sick fuck. God doesn't love
No,
us.
he's not, because the Bible.
If God
is
loves
used
us,
for
there's nothing we
how
could do that would
long?
warrant torture
And-
forever.
Yeah, but we can't make that choice. We're not gods. We're not.
God's not real.
all-knowing.
He's not real.
So
And
who are you to come on here and say that God isn't real?
Yeah, we arrived at that
real?
conclusion together. Because
Show me your proofs that he's not real.
So if God loved us, then he wouldn't torture us forever for the crime of being wrong about religion.
See, but that's your
God
opinion.
would torture us forever.
You're not God.
Well, no, I mean, it's your opinion too, right? You think that in order
Right,
for
but
someone to be
it's your
tortured,
opinion that he's not
in order
real.
for someone to deserve torture forever, they would need to be really evil. They would need to do much more than just being wrong about religion.
That's me and my opinion as a human perspective.
I know that's your opinion. It's just a really bad opinion.
Well, that's your opinion.
It's your opinion too. You're logically inconsistent.
You're getting on here. You was sitting around one day, and you leave your Jewish traditions and think that, you're going to spread hate and Satanism. I mean, seriously.
Accusing me of spreading hate is so funny. I'm not
funny.
Jewish. I am Irish and German. I was raised Christian. Good try, though.
Oh, yeah. But
how many
what
Jewish
if you were
people do you
sitting
think
around
died in the
and
Holocaust?
thought, well, I'm just going to
You're a weird
turn
anti-Semite.
everybody away that I
You're a
can
weird.
from
You're a
the
weird
faith.
anti-Semite.
I'm what?
You're a weird anti-Semite.
And you're someone that turns people away from the Christian faith.
Yeah, based. That's fine. I'm fine. I'm totally fine with that conclusion that I'm someone who turns people away from the Christian faith and that you're a weird anti-Semite. Okay, works for me. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 75k likes. Share it with your friends. Drop a follow as well. If you never want to miss these debates in the future, if you want to, always be here, learn a thing or two. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Of course, if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. And if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. All that stuff, all that information is in my bio. You can feel free to support me. I know I always appreciate it, but I would also love to talk to you in the Discord. What's up, Seb? How's it going?
Hey, it's going pretty good.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm about 19 years old, so I turned 19 just a few days ago, actually.
Okay.
But I was just watching the stream for about 5 minutes or so. I think my argument to start off would just be I don't think we can prove anything at all.
I disagree.
So I think with if I could give my piece, I think evidence is the closest thing you can get to proof, but you can't prove that we exist, that our emotions are real, or anything like that. So I think if you really were to think about it, the fact that you can say without proof that God exists or doesn't, like you can't prove the fact that any sort of religion exists. But I always base my beliefs off of evidence, and the evidence that I've learned throughout many years of learning would be specifically just that life comes from life, and the fact that all of existence it points to the true living God has made us all and shaped us. So I mean, you can give your piece on that, but I just like to know, how can you say certainly that God doesn't exist in your
yeah. God, I have a new argument that I've never run before, but I'm excited to. But first of all, Paige, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Huge W, Paige, in the comment section. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Paige. I appreciate that. Thank you. W page. Let's get a massive W page going in the comment section. So I have a proof that life does not come from non-life in your worldview. So do you agree that life is a biological process?
Actually, I believe that life has to start from something. And if it's biology, of course, like humans come from other humans, whatever, like that. I totally agree.
Okay, wait. So premise 1, life is a biological process. Premise 2, God the Father does not have biological processes. Conclusion, God the Father does not meet the criteria for life.
I'm sorry.
So do you disagree with premise 1 or premise 2?
I think that humans have an origin, and we can't even prove for sure that it was from humans. Like, there is no actual... I agree that there's evidence for that, for sure. And I think that it's really hard to tell, but we can't say certainly where that humans didn't come from God.
Okay, wait, but can I just get you to reject either premise 1 or premise 2?
Well, what was premise 2? I didn't hear.
Yeah, so premise 1 is that life is a biological process.
Yep.
Premise 2 is that God does not have biological processes.
No, he's not biological. He's not of our world. No.
So you agree with premise 1 and premise 2?
Yeah.
So then you agree that God the Father does not qualify as life?
God the Father, well, I think you'd have to define life, and I believe that God is living, but he's not biological. He's living in a different... He's not of this world. He's not a human. He's not like Jesus. He came down to become human as Jesus Christ, but the God, the Father, is not biological. He's not of matter.
Yeah, then he's not alive, because if you agree that life is a biological process, this is, the entire field of biology related to life.
I agree that biology falls under the category of life, but I don't believe that life equals biology. It's
Do
like
you think,
saying that,
is there any life that isn't a biological process?
yes, there's spirits and there's demons that exist. Like, this is of my belief, God and demons, and there's a whole spiritual realm that the Bible teaches, and they aren't physical and you cannot see them. But
Okay.
they
I
fall
have
under
no
the
idea what
category of
life
living.
means. So can you give me a definition of life that includes God the Father?
Life includes something that has willpower, and
plants aren't alive?
No, I'm not done. But I was going to say something that can has existence and lives is something that definitely has to it has to show some sort of essence. Like, I don't know how you'd put it, but it has to it's not something like, if you were to put a rock in the category of life, it doesn't have essence. It doesn't have
it does. It has rock essence.
No, because rocks don't actually, they don't have a purpose other than they exist, yes, but they don't have a goal, and they don't, if you think about it in the sense of plants are life, which they are, plants, their goal is to, grow and flourish and whatever.
Do you think computer programs are alive?
No, I think that computer programs are a byproduct of humans, which...
But do you think... You're defining life as just anything that has a goal to it. Computer programs, lots of them have goals to them. For example, you could create a computer program that takes all the data and just adds it together. That could be the goal of the computer program. So you'd have to say that the computer program is alive.
Okay, so I'm sorry, sir. I think that the way you interpret computer programs as living is because they are programmed by data.
I don't think it's living. I think this is a bad definition of life.
Okay, so I'd like to hear your definition of life, because I think that it is something that definitely it has to show.
Sure. So life is going to be something that has cells or is composed of cells.
Composed of cells.
Yep.
Sir, what would you call something like the the parts of like inside a cell. I mean, there's things that live inside
I don't
a cell.
think an organelle is alive.
It's not just like I'm talking.
Like I don't think
they-
I don't think the nucleus is alive. I think it's a part of the cell, but I
No,
think
but
the
they
cell
do-
is the
they do-
life, and the stuff inside of it is not.
So you think that anything with a cell is alive? So then how would you explain the fact that things inside cells or things that are smaller, or I'm not even just talking about cells. I mean, like there's other ways to interpret it, but I think that there are other parts that behave exactly like living things that aren't cells, just cells.
I mean, yeah, I could create like a
So-
robotic dog, but of course I just say that the robotic dog isn't alive.
I'm not saying the robotic dog is alive. The robotic dog was computed and created by humans, which, I mean, it doesn't actually have a goal. It's just the goal is based from humans. Like that is humans that made it, and it has no will. It has no like it's just goes off of scripts, and you can't say something's living off of scripts because if it's I guess if it's got no will to or goal or anything like that, then it can't be living.
Wait, so but I feel like
it's
we are
just going by the motions. It's going through the motions is what I'd say. Like,
yeah, wait, but to be clear, wait, so and I think I let us get too far away, but you can't define life, which means that you can't make the claim that life comes from life.
you can't. No, I mean, like, life is definitely something that's hard to define. I think we can both agree on that. Like,
Yeah,
if you
then how do
really
you-
do think that, if you really do think that it just is something with cells, then that can be very 2D of an argument, and I don't think that you can like, it's more of a life can be a personal sort of defined word. Like, it's not very
So I just need I would need a definition. I just need a definition of life that includes God the Father, because there is no definition of life that I can even like begin to fathom that would include God the Father as being alive, because life is a biological process and God the Father doesn't have biology.
God the Father, no, he does not have biology, but I don't think that biology defines something that can, make up,
What is biology? What's it the study of?
Biology is the study of life. I understand that. I just said God is part of I didn't say God is not of biology. I said that God isn't of matter.
Yeah, but
And I
does he
don't
have
think that
biology?
Well, honestly, man, I don't think either of us can answer that. Can you answer to me?
No, he doesn't. He's immaterial.
If you thought that, exactly. So you can't. So what I'm saying is, you can't say that God is under like he's studyable as if the study of matter. You can't study God. He's not of matter. And science is.
So then God's not alive.
Well, can you tell me what is science? Like, science, both me and is just taking evidence and studying. We know that.
Yeah, well, yeah. So it's just coming to conclusions. The most reasonable conclusion based on the consensus of evidence.
Exactly. So back to my main argument. I mean, we both can't prove that God can be either studyable or he is of life, because, well, I can say with evidence that he's of life, but I
What's
can't
the
say
evidence?
for
What's the
certain.
evidence that he's of life?
Okay, so I'd like to, if I were to go for that argument, God is there's many miraculous events in the Bible. I mean, it states many times God the Father came down as Jesus, and he was historically documented to be living, and Jesus Christ spoke to God the Father through prayers, through
Wait, but I thought God
many
the Father
ways.
came
God
down.
came down.
I thought he came down
Yes, he
as
came down.
Jesus. So how
He
can he
came
come
down as
down as
Jesus.
Jesus and then talk to himself?
Well, that's the Trinity. If you'd like me to explain the Holy Trinity,
Yeah,
I could
please,
actually.
because
It's
that
a
doesn't
very
make any
interesting-
sense.
I know, it's actually very interesting. It's hard for me to comprehend as I'm still learning much about it. But the whole idea of the Trinity is God is 3 in 1. it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And the belief that we have as Christians is that God and Jesus was the Son of God. He was, he is he's not the same in the sense of he's not of this world, because Jesus came down as a human, but God is like, it's of a different form. It's God in his human form who came down, and they are all three in one because they all possess the same power of like they are God. But it's just God came down and he has three.
So let's say I have like 3 construction workers. All of them have like the same powers as each other. They can all do the same construction work. Does that mean that they're all the same person?
No.
Oh,
not
cool.
at all.
Wait, so then them having the same power doesn't make them the same person?
Well, you have to think of the fact that it's not of God's powers that make him the same. It's the fact that Jesus Christ and God are one because God came down and he made himself human. It's like saying a construction worker was all one construction worker in 3 different forms. Like, that's very hard to contemplate, but
So I'm a person, you're a person, Danny is a person. We would have 3 people. Jesus is God, the Father is God, the Holy Spirit is God. We would have 3 gods. It's just basic counting.
It's
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I know. It's the fact that they all are the same, and they all it's God in different forms, I think, is the only way you could really put it simply, because there's so much.
Whoa, no, that's actually heresy. That's called modalism. It's heresy.
Sorry, what'd you say?
That's heresy. It's called modalism. It's heresy.
God is different form, comes in different forms.
Yeah, that God is 3 different forms. That it's just different. It's 3 different forms of God. That's heresy. Yeah.
No, that's like it's.
Wait, so how can God exist in 2 different forms at the same time?
Jesus is God, and how can God exist in 3? He's not of this world. I mean, we know this.
Yeah, wait, but how can he? Because when something takes, so let's say that we have a puddle. The puddle takes the form of being like the puddle. Sometimes it gets like frozen. Sometimes it gets evaporated. It can't be the puddle and also be the frozen puddle at the same time. Like, so there's like a time issue here that Jesus so God couldn't be the Son and also the Father at the same time. But clearly they did exist at the same time, which means that the Trinity would be nonsensical.
So I'm sorry, this is a nonsensical argument, because the fact that God, I mean, if you were to think of something that created the entire universe can't become more than one, like he can't, that's a very dumb.
Do you have a critique other than nonsensical? I think it's quite sensical.
It's a very 2D based argument.
Then give a critique of it.
You're thinking of God as a physical being, which he's not of this world, as I've said many times, and I don't know how it doesn't.
We can take like a non-physical thing. I'm not sure what non-physical thing. I don't know. Like I guess like so let's take a non-physical thing, like a variable in mathematics, like x. So let's say x equals 1. This is non-physical. If x equals 1, can x equal 2 at the same time?
X isn't x. I'm sorry. This is
so x can take the form of 1 or 2, but it can only do 1 at the same time. It can't take x can either equal 1 or x can equal 2.
Understand that variables are the representation of just a number that can be filled in. To that number, right?
Yep, I do. But this is a non-physical thing that also holds the point I'm trying to demonstrate.
X is 1. Okay, I'm sorry. Why are we doing math? If x equals 1, x equals 1. I'm not saying that.
So it doesn't equal 2.
I'm not saying that mathematics are God. That's stupid. Like that's.
So it's another thing that is immaterial, because your problem was like, well, that's a physical thing, so I gave you a non-physical thing that also disproves your point.
Mathematical equations are of this world. Again, like I don't know. That's not a bad.
Is 1 plus 1 equal to 2 to God?
Honestly, dude, I don't know why you're comparing mathematics to God. This is really bad.
The fact that you can't explain the Trinity in any like coherent way is probably pretty indicative that it's nonsense.
It's God in both human form and his spiritual form, and God the Father.
So at the exact same time, is it the same person?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's
wait.
the same
So
person.
if it's the same person, then why did Jesus pray to himself?
See, this is, I think it's something that Catholics, well, I'm a Catholic, Christians used. The fact that God or Jesus prayed to God was because Jesus, he came down as a humble human, and he still had many powers, but he demonstrated to us through the Bible that even God himself had to pray to, or Jesus, the Son of God, had to pray to his Father to get
but it's the same person
of this world. Yes, it's the same person, but I think the Trinity is best explained through the fact that God, or Jesus, the Son of God, he still humbled himself, and by doing that, he needed to pray to his Father for help.
But it's the same person.
Yes, it's the same person. God humbled himself. He made himself. He didn't come down as a rich king who controlled the entire world. He came down as a humble human being who couldn't. He could, if he wanted to, do literally anything. But he humbled himself so that he could die for our sins. And he tried to fulfill the prophecy by doing that, and that saved us all.
Does a person have the same mind as themselves?
Sorry, does the person who?
Does a person have the same mind as themselves?
Does the person have the same mind? It's their mind.
Yes. Okay, wait.
Are you saying, like, do I have my own mind?
So if Jesus's mind is God's mind, then why would Jesus need to ask God for advice? Wouldn't he just already know?
Jesus is mine. Yes. Well, here's the thing. God knows everything to ever happen, but he doesn't control what's going to happen. We still have free will. Jesus, if he wanted to,
I don't know. What do you think you're responding to? What argument do you think you're responding to?
Sir, I think the best way to put it is that God knew. I'm responding to the question you just asked, by the way. I think the best way to put it is to think of it like this. I know that you're going to breathe, but I didn't make you breathe. God knew what was going to happen for the whole history of time, from beginning to end. And he let free will happen. And in that, Jesus had free will. So he still had to, or he made the choice that he wouldn't, I guess he wouldn't force down anything of what's going to happen. So he wouldn't make himself, he wouldn't make other people or God give him all these powers so that he could just know what's going to happen. I think it's
okay. That's not my argument.
Okay,
my argument is not about foreknowledge and free will. My argument has nothing to do with free will. That's to do with the Trinity and minds.
Sir, you said that you said if God, or if Jesus prayed to the Father, then how could he why did he is the same mind, why would he pray to the Father? I think that's because he knew everything that's going to happen, but he chose to humble himself and didn't make, I guess, like, everything happen the way, like, he didn't choose the way things were going to go.
Wait, so is there three minds in the Trinity, or is it one mind?
Three minds, and God isn't like, he doesn't have a mind. He doesn't have a physical mind.
No, but just like a mind at all.
Is there a mind at all? Like, do you mean, is there one thought, one thinker, like one ultimate person to I don't understand your question, because this is...
So wait, do you not understand God? So how does God... If God isn't physical, then how does he experience love? If God doesn't have a mind, then how does he... And where does he feel love?
the fact that God gave us free will, if you were to think of it like God made us all
You are not
robots,
answering the
we would not-
question. You need to
I am
answer the
about to
question.
get there. Sir, you are
Get to it quicker.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is very if you don't have free will, you can't love. Can you love a rock just because, or can you love your teddy bear just because you make it hug you? No, that's like, I'm sure you can have emotional attraction to it, but you can't, it doesn't show you love. Your teddy bear doesn't show you love. So if you were to actually give your teddy bear a real a mind and a free will and all that, a purpose, and then it can actually show you love and you can experience that love. That's how God feels love, because we have the choice to love him or not. And the fact that people...
What do you think my argument, or what do you think my question was?
Your question was, how does God experience love? That was your question.
No, okay, wait. So maybe you're confused. Where is the love
what you
that...
said.
Hold on. Yeah, I think you're confused regardless. So I'll clarify the question for you.
Okay.
Where is the love that God loves us with located?
Where is the love that God loves us with located? Sorry?
Yeah, where's the love that God loves us with located?
I don't know that, sir. I don't think anyone knows that.
It's most Christians would say that it's in his mind.
God doesn't have a mind. He's not physical.
Then if he doesn't have a mind, then he's not a person.
He's not a human being. God is not a human being. I never said that.
I'm not saying that. It's just that
Jesus Christ.
He wouldn't qualify as like
God, Jesus.
He's not thinking. He's not intelligent. Wait. Oh my God. Wait. How can God be?
Father?
Yeah, God the Father. Yes.
Yes. So God the Father wasn't physical, but I truly, as a humble human being, I don't think, sir, none of us can prove the fact that God has a physical mind or can think like that.
I'm not saying a non-physical mind. I've said this like 3 times.
You're asking me to locate where his spiritual, where God,
where his mental processes occur.
I'm not God, and the Bible
presumably his
exactly
mental processes occur in his mind.
I'm sorry, like it's hard for me to understand.
How can God know things if he doesn't have a mind?
What? I just told you, like he's not of this world, dude. Like he
How can God know things if he doesn't have a mind?
Not all things that know, like you don't have to have a mind.
Give literally one example. Give literally one example.
No, I'm not. I said the Bible doesn't say you have to have a mind, and God didn't. It doesn't say that God, the Father, had a mind. That's at least what the Bible teaches.
Yeah, wait. But we can infer that he has a mind based on the fact that he knows things. How can you know things if you don't have a mind?
No, you can't infer that he has a mind because the Bible
answer the question. How can you know things if you don't have a mind?
I just told you can't know things. That's the first thing I said here.
So God's not all knowing?
God is all knowing, yes. I said
so God knows things.
That's what based off of the evidence that I have, I believe that God is all knowing, but I can't prove that, sir, nor can you.
Okay, so God knows things. Agree or disagree?
Yep, God knows everything.
Okay. Do you agree that in order to know something, you must have a mind?
No.
Can you give me the example of something that knows things that does not have a mind?
God, the spirits.
Something other than the thing that we're currently debating?
Something that knows things. If you want to be really literal, you could say literally Google, but I mean, that's not a living thing. So if you want something that's living that knows things, then yes, it has to have a mind from what our physical teaches. But I think that a lot of things, you can't just say that something that created this world, or at least this world, is just based off of what we know already. There could be a lot more that we don't, and that's
wait. I have a question for you. How do you feel about Romans 11:34? Who has known the mind of the Lord?
No one, because I've just told you that. That's what I've been teaching you this entire time. No one knows the mind of the Lord. But you think God has a mind? It's a metaphor like that. That's a metaphor.
Oh my God, you're ridiculous.
Unless you're thinking about if we're talking about God the Father, Jesus Christ had a mind because he was human, obviously. If you're thinking about like a brain, but I think the mind of God is metaphor for God's thoughts and everything like that. So
how do you have thoughts without a mind? What can you give me a definition of mind?
I don't know, man. How could
give me a definition of mind?
Of mind. Okay. I'll just for what I've just been saying for the past 30 minutes was just God doesn't have a mind. And
give me a definition of mind. Go for it. Give me a definition of mind. Go for it.
You give it first, because I truly don't have that off the top of my head.
Yeah, the element of a person that allows them to think and to feel.
Their brain.
The faculty of consciousness and thought. Right?
So they're
not the brain, the mind, because there's lots of brains that don't have minds, like the ones that are dead.
I think, sir, if you were to interpret it like this, and this is totally going off the rails, I think we can both agree, but the fact that if you were to define the mind as something that has thought, then yes, God has a mind, because you said that a mind is something that interprets thought, and I missed the other part, but right.
Perfect.
So then yes, if you were to define it like that, then yes. But I think if you were to define mind as something like a physical brain, which I think we should have gotten our definitions right earlier. But if you were to define
I've expressed to you at least like 3 or 4 times. I said explicitly not a physical brain. I said explicitly not a physical brain, like multiple times, like 3 or 4 times.
Not a physical brain. You never, that's at least from what I've been hearing until the very end. You said that, does God have a mind? And then you defined it. So I think this argument is quite, it's going nowhere. So
okay, wait. So are there 3 minds or just one between God the Father and the Holy Spirit, or the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit?
It's one ultimate. I think. This is really hard for me to understand still, but I think that there's one
mind or 3
thinker. One, okay, because they're all one. I really, sir, I can't tell you though. I'm still learning, and I'd hate to give misinformation, so I just can't answer that for you.
So there's a double bind. If it's one mind, then why did Jesus pray to himself if he already knows the answer? And if it's 3 minds, then how can we possibly say that this is that this is one person?
I told you earlier that because God humbled himself and he made himself.
It's still his mind,
powerless
though.
At a certain point.
It's still his mind.
Yes.
So there's no need to ask your mind. There's no need to pray. Well, because Jesus, you already know the answer.
Jesus was showing example to us that even God himself had to pray, because it was prayer is so important that it affects literally every aspect of our lives if we have a good prayer life. So I think it's just something that he was asking for help from God, because he became so powerless in the fact that he humbled himself. So
he was he was humbling himself to himself to ask himself for help, and then he received the help from himself.
No. He wasn't exactly asking for help in the sense of I need power, because God only, if you didn't know this, he prayed for himself to go through the crucifixion and his death, and he wanted to be willfully powerful in the sense that like he had the right choice to go through with his own death. So that's why he prayed to himself.
And you think that it makes sense to pray to yourself?
Well, he prayed to God the Father, so his other form.
Whoa, wait, but it's the same person, right?
Yep.
Wait, so can Superman ask Clark Kent for something?
Superman is not God.
But I'm asking you, does it make sense to say that Superman asked Clark Kent for help?
No. And I'd ask.
Yeah, and it doesn't. So it doesn't. If
to ask you,
they're the same person, then it doesn't make sense to say that God the Father asks, or God the Son asked God the Father.
Oh my goodness, sir! Like this isn't understandable in the terms that we are matter and God is not matter. He doesn't follow the same principles and rules as us.
Then
It's
God's
like,
nonsense.
God's nonsense. Okay. Well,
Yeah, he's illogical.
Yeah, you're illogical if you were to think that, for instance, I can't prove that you exist. Like, I can't prove anything for you. I don't even know if you're an AI talking to me right now. Like, that's the sort of thing that I'm talking about. I can't prove that, right? And that's why I think that you can't say that God isn't one ultimate mind, but three forms, because you don't experience that realm. Like, he's in a whole other realm.
Okay, gotcha. So then defeating your position is like really, really easy. Can God make a rock does God have the power to make a rock that he doesn't have the power to lift?
If God humbled himself through Jesus Christ, then yes, God can make himself
without any of the nonsense. Without humbling himself through Jesus Christ, does God have the power to make a rock that he doesn't have the power to lift?
You know, sir, I truly don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. I mean, there is no answer. There's contradictions no matter what.
Okay. Well, I'd like to thank you for the debate. I'm truly sorry about.
Oh my god, dude. I fucking can't. That person was unbelievable. What a time. What an experience. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Let's try to get this all the way up to 100k likes. Damn, I don't know. It was just like crazy slow. But yeah, if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you don't meet that requirement, then I'm not going to talk to you. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. So if you're 18 or older if you're 18 or older and you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. Love to see you there. As we try to get one up on here, in the Discord, we talk politics, religion, philosophy. I'm trying to get into making like a little reading group. So if you're
Hey, I'm on here. Look.
Hey, do you have headphones?
No.
Okay, wait, is there going to be an echo? Oh, we're chilling. Yeah, how old are you?
23, 2001. 2021.
Daniel, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Daniel. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. I appreciate it. Big W, Daniel, in the comment section. What religion?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Well, I think that we are here like to cross into dimensions. I think that Jesus Christ is real, but I feel like we're here because Jesus Christ went into, he came as a teacher. So I more so think he's a teacher than he is, and in that way he's our savior. But I think dimensions.
Gotcha. So let me get this straight. So you're saying that God is real because he's real and he came down as our teacher. Is that correct?
No, not God. Jesus Christ, his son.
You don't think Jesus is God?
No.
So you reject the Trinity?
I'm a Christian, but I was a Catholic before. That's what I was born and raised as a Catholic, and they believe in the Trinity. I think. I'm not really sure. The Christianity, I don't go to church. I am a Christian, but I don't believe in the Trinity. No.
So you don't think that Jesus is God?
I think he's his son. I think we're all the same people. We're just going into dimensions.
Blasphemy? This is like, you're going to be going straight to super hell if Christianity is true. This is like fundamentally blasphemous.
I don't believe in that either. I don't believe in hell. I don't think that's real.
Okay, so you don't really believe in the Bible. You believe in...
I do believe in the Bible. I just don't believe that God and Jesus are the same person. I believe that's his son.
Okay, so what's the evidence that God is real, though?
I wish I had the evidence. I just wanted to come on here and say that I wish somebody could come on here and debate you and have some kind of evidence, because I'm like, everything that you say is you're backing it up and everything, but nobody seems to have anything other than their faith. So I think we're here in dimensions. We're going to go to another dimension after this when we die, and we're going to try again. And we're going to just keep going and going and going.
What?
That's just what I think. That's what I think is going to happen when we die.
Do you think so like we reincarnate?
I think so. And to anything, frogs, trees, everything.
Okay, if reincarnation is real, can you give me a reason why murder is wrong?
Why murder is wrong?
Yeah, why would it be wrong if reincarnation is real?
I definitely think murder is wrong, but
why?
Reincarnation is just something that I believe is happening. It's just something that seems to fit how we are here, and we keep it. It just, we don't remember dying. We don't remember existing. We just don't remember ever not existing.
Yeah, wait, so then why is like murder wrong?
Because you're taking someone's life.
No, but no, you're not, right? Because they just get reincarnated. So why would that be wrong?
Because it feels wrong. Unless if you're doing it for joy. I mean, if you're killing someone that came into your house, that's different.
Like, what if it doesn't feel? Yeah, what if it doesn't feel wrong? What if you're like Jack the Ripper and it feels great?
No, that's wrong. And reincarnation is not murder, because that person is not thinking that they're going to get reincarnated. That's what I believe in.
But what if they did? What if Jack the Ripper believed in reincarnation? Would that make it all okay?
No.
What if all of his victims believed in reincarnation too? Would that make it all okay?
I don't think they even know that they were his victims. They're not there thinking, hey, I'm going to not get killed. I'm going to get killed. Or they're not thinking.
Yeah, but if they thought that reincarnation was real, then like why would it be wrong for them to be killed?
Because they have a bad intention to kill that person.
Oh, no, it's not. Because you can just say that the intention isn't bad because all they're doing is sending them to the next cycle of reincarnation.
I know, but that's what you're saying. You're saying that. But how do they know that?
Because if they believe in reincarnation.
Yeah, but how do you know that that's what I told you I believed in? You'd have to find somebody who actually believes what I just said.
Yeah, wait, so would it be wrong for somebody to kill you?
If they had a bad intention, yeah, of course.
What if they didn't? What if they knew that you believed in reincarnation?
I don't think anyone should go around killing anyone, but I think, in my opinion, just from what I've seen and observed from everything that's happening, I feel like we are going to come back as something. That's what I feel that is happening on the planet.
Yeah, that's fine. But the conclusion to me is just that schmurder is not wrong if we're all just going to be reincarnated. I just don't know why schmurder would be wrong.
It is wrong because you might not want to be reincarnated as a tree. I mean, maybe you like your life right now.
Oh, wait, so if somebody had like a miserable life, would it be okay to murder them?
No. I'm never going to agree with anybody should murder anyone unless they go into their house or it's like self-defense or something. But
yeah, but I mean, if they believe in reincarnation and their life is like bad now, then presumably you get them like a better life.
I think that God does exist, and God is the universe. What you're saying makes all the sense in the world because you're really intelligent. You're an intellectual, and I'm not even on a scale of 1 to 10 as intelligent as you are.
Oh, so, don't say that. That's sad.
I mean, well, it's the truth. I wish I could tell you something, and you say no personal stuff, which is, that's a good point, because once you get personal, it's like, okay, well, that's you said that, But when you try to say something, and you come back twice as fast. So I'm not that fast. I can't, come back with something and tell you.
No, it's fine. Well, I appreciate you coming on up. I'll probably move on to the next guest, though. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, trying to get this in front of as many people as we can. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. What's up? How's it going, JKT?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 21.
And what religion?
No religion, just belief.
In Jesus or?
Jesus Christ. I believe that.
Okay, so you're Christian. Okay.
I believe that the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit is all three in one. And yes, for those wondering that if Jesus is God, yes, he is. And I'm not saying I wasn't always a believer,
Oh, wait. But I'm sorry. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
I'm sorry.
What's your strongest argument for the existence of
It's cutting off.
Yeah, it's like a argument for the existence. Oh, okay. Sorry, the echo got too bad. I'm just gonna move on to the next one. If you're in that guest request box, make sure you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. What's up, Moto? How's it going? Moto Racing, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay. And what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Well, I grew up going to Bible school, and then I kind of lost my belief for a while.
That sounds like a personal experience. So do you have...
And just, yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah, it is personal, but not too personal. Just,
okay. Why should somebody else think that God is real? Do you have any argument for why that?
I mean, my only argument is, like, where would life have came from if God isn't real?
Well, all the evidence seems to point to a process called abiogenesis, where the first cells emerged out of various organic compounds.
See, I love science, and I've been a big science believer, and I never understood how, like, just cells can emerge into life without any help.
Well, cells are alive. They emerge, so cells are alive and they emerge into multicellular organisms via cell reproduction. They split apart.
Yeah, I understand that. But I just, like, I don't know, there's been so many different theories on how people have evolved into human beings as we are now. And I just feel, you know, there's no way that could have happened without any sort of help.
No way that... Oh, okay. So, do you believe in evolution?
No, I believe in evolution. I believe in God. I believe in science. I believe in everything. And I mean, I believe God gave us the ability to learn science for a reason.
Okay, so if we all came here through evolution, why would God choose such a brutal process? Evolution only works via the mass slaughtering of a wide variety of animals. That it's an extremely unmerciful process. So how could God do evolution if evolution involves, like, so much killing?
That's called balance. You can't have light without darkness. You can't have happiness without sadness. I mean,
do you think unnecessary suffering is bad?
Unnecessary suffering is... No, I mean...
You don't think unnecessary suffering is bad?
I think it's bad, but I mean, you don't need to suffer for no reason.
Yeah, so what's the reason that all these, like, animals had to suffer during evolution? During, like, the long process that eventually ended with us here? There's certain animals that literally only survive by unaliving a massive number of animals.
See, to me, that's where science comes in. That's where you get trial and error.
That's not an answer to the question. Why would God choose to make things that survive only via the process of, like, tearing other things apart?
Trial and error.
Why would God endorse such brutality?
Nobody's perfect, not even God is.
Oh, that's blasphemy.
That's blasphemy for somebody who doesn't believe in God.
Yeah, wait, do you want I'd be happy to, do you want, like, a verse that says that God's perfect?
Oh, no, I've read the whole damn Bible.
Okay, so it says that God is perfect. It says,
no. Yeah.
Psalms 18:30, this God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord proves true.
When I went to church, I never believed in that God is perfect because not even God himself is perfect.
So you reject, what is this? You reject Matthew 5:48 that says your heavenly Father is perfect. You reject that?
Yeah, I do reject that.
Okay, well, I'm really only looking to discuss with people who believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. You clearly don't believe in any of those, so I'm just going to move on to the next guest. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Drop a follow if you're enjoying the debates. Let's try to get this live in front of as many people as we can. Let's try to get it all the way up to 125,000 likes. And if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you want to support the stream, Venmo and Cash App are in my bio. And with that, we'll go to the next guest. What's up? How's it going?
Hello, yes. I was just briefly listening, so I guess...
Ooh, are you driving?
No, I'm not driving.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 30.
And what religion?
I'm Muslim.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
You know, like, when we talk about God, of course, it's not into a particular religion, but, when you actually think about God, you doubt that there might be a God, that is conscious and who created the universe. And my strongest argument is basically, the dominant, the word is created by a lot of motion, you know what I mean? And this motion cannot go to infinite. It has to be like in a word which was still, and then things started.
Wait, why can't it be infinite?
Because mathematically, negative infinity is impossible for the motion. This
Why?
is science. Because it's impossible. Why something was still for 1,000,000 years and then it just moved?
What if it was moving for all of this time?
That's impossible.
Why?
That's what well, there is actually a mathematical equation that actually says that the domino effect cannot be infinite. It has
Why?
to start.
I disagree.
How something is okay? Let's just put it this way: if something moving today and something moved it yesterday, it can't keep going. It can't be. It can it doesn't it did not start, but it's moving. It's impossible.
Well, yeah. Wait. So it's just been moving forever.
No, that's impossible. That's it. And this is the one argument. The second argument is
wait. Your argument, your counter argument is literally just not Do you have a substantive reason why an infinite regress is not possible?
It's impossible. Well, explain it.
Do you have so there's a day before today, and there was a day before then, and there was a day before then, and there was a day before then, and then there's days leading back to the Big Bang, but there's still time that existed before the Big Bang.
How long can you go back in time?
Infinitely.
Infinitely.
Yep. How far back can you go on the number line?
Well, that's, some people, this is a different argument about time. Some people, they say, you know what, time is just one moment. It goes back and forward in time. It's completely, I know it's kind of confusing, but what I'm saying is the motion, the word is created by motion, and the electrons move. And even the scientists, they estimate that the electron and the atoms, they have a lifespan, which is 14 billion years. So in 14 billion years, all these atoms and all these things will just fade away.
I have no idea. I have no idea whether or not that's true, but regardless, I could just hold that because matter isn't conserved. Energy is, so I can just hold that energy, or that all this matter came from a very complex energy process.
Matter is energy. The energy is matter. The
energy is the property of matter. Double down. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. The energy creates matter. It's basically when you look at the atom and all this energy, that's what makes a physical thing physical. When you touch a wall, you're not really touching the wall. It's an energy. Everything is an energy, and that energy has to start. And they can actually estimate that in 14 billion years, that energy is going to fade away. So we need an argument about time. You can't go for zillions of years, so that would be synthetic. Wait, you literally haven't demonstrated why. Okay, wait. So atoms do not.
I mean, you can. Well, it's the same thing. You have to demonstrate.
No, wait, that's not true. Wait, atoms don't die in 14 billion years. That's not true. I looked it up.
Where you looked it up in ChatGPT or?
No, according to the Natural History Museum.
Oh, Natural History Museum. Okay, what does it say? Does it have a lifespan?
Yeah, it says that atoms don't die. Well, it just says that they don't die in 14 billion years.
Well, does it have a lifespan?
We can look it up. Lifespan of atoms.
Yeah. I mean, all the audience could look it up too.
Yeah, infinite lifespan.
That's impossible.
Okay, so you disagree with science education of the Jefferson Lab?
No, I mean there is a lot of scientific. Probably you looked up what. Let me look it up too while I'm talking.
Yeah, so this is how long is the lifespan of an atom from education.jlab.org. I'll read the paragraph. Ultimately, even these stable atoms have a limit imposed on the lifetime of a proton. Remember, though, that the best estimates of the present age of the universe is the much smaller number of 10 to the 10th years. So for all practical purposes, atoms are forever. While we're waiting for the guest to return, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends.
Look, when it comes to physics, there is a lot of...
Yeah, you probably do want to move past that point quickly. Yeah.
No, we can move past it, but there is another
I imagine.
which is... No, it's not... look, we don't have really time for...
Yeah, you don't have time to concede that you were wrong about that. Yeehaw. No. Thank you so much, Sarah.
No, it's... that's one point, which is... and another thing is the purity of matter, which basically what it means... I'll explain. Allow me to explain, because this is a very long philosophical argument that's been since the Greeks. And what it means by purity of atom, the matter, is that the word is compounded, is mounted. When you look at the atom, it's put together. So it can't be moving forever, and it was put at some time together. How did it happen? You know what I mean? Like electrons just found themselves running around the positive energy or negative energy, and it just happened. Don't ask me how it happened, but it keeps going forever.
Wait, do you understand that atoms are constantly changing, that they're constantly in flux, that they decay, that they form into larger structures all of the time, that they lose electrons, gain electrons, do all sorts of stuff? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware of it. Like, the steel oxidize, which is F26, that can give you even the formula.
Yeah, sure. So I have no idea what you mean by the purity of matter when matter is constantly changing.
It's constantly changing. That's what I'm talking about. Something that change cannot go forever. Something that's been forever. That's just a mathematical, logical thing. It's been changing. When it was not changing, so it can't be. It's impossible.
Okay,
where did it get all this energy?
That's fine. So I can just run the quantum eternity theorem at you. So according to the quantum eternity theorem, which is derived from the Schrodinger's equations, the fundamental basis of quantum physics, the universe is eternal.
Did we do an experiment 100 times? According to the scientific method, did somebody lived 1 million internal
Princess
life?
Leia, thank you so much.
Yeah.
No, it's according to the quantum eternity theory, or it's according to it's a derivative of the Schrodinger's equations. They essentially model like change in the universe over time, and it indicates that insofar as there's a non-zero amount of energy in the world, the universe has always been changing.
If we consider our time, since we've been observing the universe, which is, I would say, science probably we are like, real science probably started 200 years ago. Of course, we had science for long. But these 200 years, it's not even a second in 1 million years. We have no idea, man.
Wait, but you were just appealing to science earlier. I thought, so first of all, when you were appealing to science, you were like, well, we definitely know for sure this is definitely the lifespan of atoms. There's a mathematical equation. It proves it. I promise it proves it. But now you're like, we don't know anything about science.
No.
Who's to say? How can we make any claims about science? Are you kidding?
No, I mean,
do you believe that we should rely on science or not?
Forever. You say no. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be like having the double standard here, but to say that you are accurate and for sure it's not going to change, and the matter been changing forever, and suddenly we popped out here. It's impossible.
You didn't care about this.
Maybe, look, I'm not saying that the religion guide, that we have Islam, Christianity, Judaism, and all that, it's probably the possible God. I'm just saying that there might be a conscious thing that actually is responsible for the universe.
But so, okay, wait. Because you were citing the fact that, like, facts about, like, atoms. You were trying to cite facts about, like, the lifespans of atoms. 14 billion years. Didn't bother you that nobody's existed for 14 billion years? That didn't bother you. Didn't bother you that science might change. None of that bothered you when you were citing science. But as soon as I start citing science, now you have all of these objections to the use of science. You have a double standard.
No, it's not. It's not. We say in the logic, just look up the domino effects, and if you can go infinity forever.
I'm aware with the. Do you mean like the butterfly
just
effect?
Look up there is a mathematical equation. It says is impossible. It's just impossible. It doesn't.
Wait, what's the name of this equation?
There is a book actually about infinity. You can just look it up. I'm not really.
What's the name of the book about infinity?
There is one book actually which is discussed the zero and the meaning of the infinity and how
what's the name of the book?
The concept, I'm not really sure. Like
gotcha. So your argument, just so everyone's aware, is trust me, bro. It's in a book whose name I can't tell you.
Oh, I'm not saying. Well, the same thing. I mean, do you have any argument that that the domino effects will go forever? Do you have any?
Yeah, I do. Yep, I do.
Who's asking for arguments? You come in and you say, "Hey, there is nothing," and if you say something,
I can give you the argument. Are you interested in the argument?
Yeah, I'm interested. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's go for it. Premise 1: beginning is a change of states. Premise 2: a change of states requires a
What is the beginning?
Just like the start of something, that there's a change, that the thing existed, or I guess like coming into existence is a change of states.
It's changed into a state. So what triggered it to start?
So this is a reductio. I'm proving why this is not the case, why it didn't start in the first place. But do you agree? Hold on. Do you agree that that a beginning or that coming into existence is a change of states?
What is that coming to an existence?
So in state 1, the thing doesn't exist. Doesn't matter. This is true of all things that come into existence. Do you agree that?
This is what I
hold on. I need you to either agree or disagree with the premise. Are you going to be able to do that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The where literally doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Why it doesn't matter? It doesn't matter for you.
It doesn't matter because it's a general rule about things coming into existence. Do you agree that if a thing comes into existence, that there's a change of states in reality?
No, I don't agree that things just come to existence.
Can you give me an example of? Wait, hold on. Can you give me an example of a thing that came into existence but there was no change in states?
That's exactly what I'm saying. You're just being
give me an example. Give me an example.
Change. Look,
give me an example.
That changed.
Give me an example. Give me an example. Yeah, give me an example.
The example of what? If you can just.
Yeah, an example of a thing that came into existence, but there was no change in reality.
And change in the matter or in reality?
In all of reality. No change in all of reality. Something that came into existence, but there was no change.
Something that came in existence and there is no change to that thing or to the whole
to all of reality. That reality was identical. A thing came into existence, but reality was identical. Can you give me the example?
You lost me here. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, gotcha. It's because the premise is obviously true. It's because the premise that that coming into existence is a change of states, that's just obviously true. It's self-evident. Because otherwise, if it's not a change of states, then that means the state would be identical. That something beginning, like if there was the start of the race is identical to the moment before the race started, that's not true. So obviously that if something comes into existence, then there's a change of states in reality.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Why there is a change?
Yeah, wait, so you agree with the first premise. Do you agree that a change of states requires a sequence of states? Trey, thank you so much.
It requires existence, come into existence.
Oh, okay. Can you give me the change of states that doesn't have a sequence of states?
Well, yeah, it's I'm the whole argument. I'm not agreeing to come into existence. Look, if it comes to existence, we can
give me the example. Can you give me the example of a thing that is a change of states that doesn't require a sequence of states?
Like it does change, but it doesn't require a sequence, right?
Yeah, the thing that non-sequentially changes.
Like in matter, in physics, right? Like metals.
In anything.
I can give you an example, like when, things change, like the matter does change when there is a chemical, equation. They do change, like, so that's, we're not talking
so let's say that it goes from, we have like water and then the water gets boiled. So there's a sequence of states here that we go from the water not boiled to the water boiled. It follows sequentially.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Let's talk about how the
wait. No, you need to wait because I'm not getting off of this. Wait, so do you?
Yeah, okay.
So can you give me an example? Are you ready to accept the premise and stop being so bad faith, or do you want to give me an example of a change of states that does not involve a sequence of states?
Most of the things on this word, they have a liquid state, a gas state, and a solid state. Like for example, steel can be gas if it's under extreme heat.
Yeah.
So everything has a liquid state, a solid state, and a gas state.
What do you think I'm asking you for?
I have no idea. You lost me. Maybe your logic is beyond me. But
Okay.
But I'll tell you this. Whether you're with God or against God.
Wait. You need to run to a new thing now. You need to grandstand. You lost on the argument. Now you need to grandstand.
This argument. Look, my whole argument about this is things cannot pop to existence. It can't be still and then
I'm demonstrating to you why the universe
has
has always existed. I don't think that things popped into existence. I think the universe has always existed.
Well, look, according to the stuff that I've been looking, and I'm a big enthusiast for physics, and done some chemistry, and from what I know is atoms have a lifespan and they do go away.
Nope. Can you give me one source?
The atom does there is a charge.
Give me the source.
You know that there is a charge in the atom.
Give me the source that says that atoms have a lifespan. Give me the source.
You know what?
I already gave you the source saying that they don't have a lifespan.
You went to Chat GPT and you picked the first
didn't. Wait, okay. Wait, want to bet?
Because, you read exactly the same thing I was reading.
Clearly not.
Yeah, well, while you were reading it, I was looking at it.
Okay, I can literally physically show the source if you want to be a lying Larry.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, let's just check out the source together.
Okay.
The exact source that I read off of. Ultimately, even these stable atoms have a limit imposed by the lifetime of protons. Remember, though, that the best estimate of the present age of the universe is the much smaller 10 to the 10th years. So for all practical purposes, atoms are forever.
Yeah, but forever probably with the context of...
Wait. Are you ready to concede the fact that I didn't just go to ChatGPT?
You didn't. Yeah, it's okay. I would concede
that's fine.
That. Yeah. So let me ask here. 1 second. You know what? I don't want to get off the screen and get back. You know what? According to logic, nothing can just pop up and keep changing.
Yeah, I don't think that it came from.
It is. There is that. However, there is that possible word.
That's not my position. I don't believe that.
That possible word will dictate that there will be a word where there is no movement in it, and that word could be forever.
No, I don't think so. I think that the universe has just always been changing. It's always existed. The universe didn't pop into existence. It didn't have a start. It was always existing.
That's too hard to comprehend.
I don't think so.
Well, anyway, it's been a nice discussion. Maybe another time. We'll. I'll get on and probably I'll come prepare for you. Okay.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming on up. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen if you're enjoying the debates. Make sure you're dropping a follow so you never miss one in the future. You'll learn lots of cool things, learn all these bad faith debate tactics, but keep on double tapping that screen. Let's get to 150K likes. Try to get this in front of as many people as we can. Share it with your friends. Do all those good, hearty, fun things. You should double tap that screen. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. And if you want to join the community, you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's discord.gg/allegedly-Ian. I'd love to see you there. Hey, what's up? How's it going? I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive, get your ankles absolutely shattered. This person's telling me that I need a looks max. I wonder if this person would be interested in a debate. Where is this person? I gotta send them an invite. Damn, where is that? Oh yeah, okay, there it is. Yeah, okay. Well, the invite's sent. Show up or don't, little bro. It's up to you. You gotta be philosophy. Well, you were out there looks maxing. I was philosophy maxing. But I expect you'll pipe down now. Oh, wait, this other person showed up. Hold on. Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
I did.
Yeah. Do you have an argument for why God is real, or is this question gonna trigger you? Do you have an argument for why God is real?
Nah, but...
Gotcha. Okay, I can ask you a question. So, if God is real, why would he give us the anatomy to get cancer?
What do you mean? It's free will. It's probably created by some... like mosquitoes. They weren't created, were they?
Well, I don't think anything was created, but where do you think mosquitoes came from?
It's like certain things that harm you, like roses developed to grow thorns to protect themselves from things by Satan. It's not written in the Bible God created it. All the bad things created by Satan.
Oh, wait, does Satan have the power of creation?
Why do you think things have to defend themselves?
Wait, does Satan have the power of creation?
It's like the same.
Does
it's like
Satan
saying,
have...
why is some guy gonna come shoot me in the street?
Does Satan have the power of creation?
Why? Yeah, no, he doesn't. But why
so if Satan doesn't have the power of creation, then how could he create mosquitoes if he didn't have the power of creation?
Power is evil. Things spawning.
He doesn't have the power of creation. So if Satan doesn't have the power of creation, then he can't create things. But Satan did create things, which means that he must have had the power of creation.
Oh, mate, it was this woman on about. I just said that. You know about putting in the thing.
Do you want to engage with the arguments, or do you want to do more like British mumbling?
British mumbling. You sound like a girl.
British mumbling.
You got any testosterone in your body?
Wait, who do you think is a deeper voice between me or you?
Me.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'll just let the audience be the judge of that.
Your audience are all... I'd like to see these people in person. Guaranteed. No,
wait, can we get
none of those people.
Would you mind camming up?
Nah, not on this account, because what I post.
Oh, you probably do a lot of fash posting, don't you?
Nah, I do a lot of nature posts.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, wait, so we still got to go back to the argument, though, because your worldview is nonsense. So
nah, I'm not even gonna. You know, you can't.
Running.
You don't believe. Then
you're running.
No, I'm just saying. Like, you don't believe. Why have you got to sit on live, mocking it to other people? I'd like to see you do this about Muslims. I'd like to see
Muslims
you do it about
I just debated a Muslim. The last guy was Muslim.
Yeah, I know. But why are you putting God isn't real? Why are you not putting Allah isn't real?
You know. Sure. Do you know what Allah means? Allah.
Yeah.
What does that translate to?
Muhammad. Yeah, we know.
But no, Allah does not mean Muhammad. No, good try.
I'm running. You know what? I'm going gym, but you're gonna say I'm running off. But I'm going to the gym.
You are running. No, you're not. You're not running. You're just leaving in a hurry from the conversation that you were losing.
No, I just kind of need to go to the gym because
gotcha. Yeah, because you were getting absolutely demolished.
No, I wasn't. You said like a few points.
Yeah, wait. I don't need to go to the gym because I just inject Tren.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's the difference between me and you. You want to do things. You want to do things inefficiently, whereas I'm like all about maximum efficiency.
Well, not really.
Why would you want to go to the gym? Why would you want to go to the gym to get testosterone when you can just inject the Tren and get the testosterone easily?
You actually don't get testosterone from Tren. You get testosterone from injecting testosterone or boosting it naturally.
Oh yeah, well that's what I do.
Tren will actually cut off your testosterone.
No, not if you keep on injecting it.
No, because Tren takes away your testosterone. It will block it from you. So
not if you keep taking it. Not if you take more and more.
No. If you keep taking more Tren, then your balls ain't gonna work because it will cut off your natural testosterone.
No, you just gotta keep on.
That's why you gotta
and then you supplement for that with Tren. So I don't know. That's the difference between me and you. You need to go to the gym.
What?
Because you lost the conversation. But
there's a transgender telling you to check my videos.
Oh well, I mean you got dunked on by a transgender, so.
A transgender.
Yeah.
Can't even accept themselves. Why would I accept them?
Because they do accept themselves. I think
so.
Listen, buddy. You unimaginably do not have the boots for that hike. Given your performance on the God topic, I don't think you're ready for the trans topic.
You'll talk to some guy with on here every single day of your life. Put in God isn't real. Request to join if you disagree.
Well, why are you up here crying? I don't really care about your tears.
No. Why are you doing it on TikTok? Why are you doing it on TikTok? Go do it in a church. Go to some church.
Go do it in a church? I do it on TikTok to reach more people. I started on TikTok. TikTok was the app I started doing politics content on. I just changed my platform to religious stuff.
Ain't no hate like Christian. I'm not hating on him. I'm just saying. But yeah. I'd like to see if you make a video going in the church, going to a bishop or priest, and if you beat them in a debate, then
I've debated multiple priests, bishops, and pastors on my live
on TikTok. Yeah,
on TikTok.
You can't. That can't really prove that. There's loads on TikTok that are just false.
Yeah. Wait. Do you want to? Oh, I'll run a fun argument on you. I can just easily prove to you that prayer is useless. Do you think God's perfect?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that God only does the perfect thing? That God.
What is wrong with your followers? They keep commenting saying I'm doing something wrong.
Buddy, stick with the argument. Do you think that God's only going to do the perfect thing? Will God do imperfect things?
Yeah.
God will do imperfect things, then he's not perfect. All right, there's the contradiction. That God is both perfect and imperfect, therefore he doesn't exist.
Well, if you do something imperfect, Judgment Day, then no one knows what happens on Judgment Day.
But I'm asking you if God can do imperfect things.
I might be cooked.
Oh, if you're racist, then yeah, you are cooked. Yeah.
I'm not racist.
Oh, people are saying that your videos say otherwise.
Yeah, but look at the people in the audience.
I don't know. I think they're probably more trustworthy than you are. You know, all men are brothers. You gotta accept and love all people in order to get into the pearly gates, even in your own religion.
Oh no.
All men are brothers. You gotta stop being racist.
My videos aren't racist. They're against immigration, illegal immigration, not legal migration.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can't speak to them without seeing them, but I do trust the audience more than I trust you, insofar as you're kind of a weird dude, but...
my posts aren't racist. They're just anti-immigration, illegal immigration, by the way. I stand for legal migration.
Okay, that's nice. I'm not gonna...
I'm not racist.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
I know.
Well, you got anything else, or did you need to run to the gym?
Yeah, no, I'll probably walk to the gym, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, man. But I don't know.
You should seriously reflect on your personality, because you're kind of a weird individual. But other than that, I do accept your surrender from your just utter inability to engage with even a basic point. Make sure you double tap it on that screen. Let's get this in front of as many people as we can. Try to get all the way up to 170k likes, let's call it. So everyone leaves 20 likes, we'll be there already. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience, and that you are 18 or older. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian, Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support, and with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Robert?
There we go. How we doing, man?
Doing well. How old are you?
I am 19 years old.
And what religion?
I am a Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, so what I want to focus on is God in general, which I hope you're cool with, Alon, right? Is that fine with you?
Sure.
Yeah, so it kind of is a question answer kind of outcome. So I want to ask you, do you believe in the concept or the principle of cause and effect within our world?
There are some caused elements and there are some uncaused elements. For example, a thing that is uncaused would be like, so electrons either have upspins or downspins, but it's like a 50-50 chance, but whether they have an upspin or a downspin is completely uncaused. There's no causal element involved in whether they have an upspin or a downspin.
I don't think that actually would disprove the principle of cause and effect.
So what's the principle of cause and effect then?
It's the idea that every effect has a cause.
But this is an effect without a cause.
So what your situation seems to be is you went in a little bit. Can you go a little bit more in details? You said there's something about it spinning around. It sounded more like that's something that they just do, and it's like either or. It's like a coin flipping 50-50, and the cause of it flipping 50-50, like it's random, but the cause would be you flipping it. So could you explain a little bit more?
Yeah, so there's no flipping process is the problem. That it either has, so quantum mechanics actually holds that it is like both simultaneously, but what causes it to like there's nothing that causes it to have one or the other.
Okay, so it's produced at random, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and how do these things exist?
How do they exist?
Yeah, how do they? I'm not deep into what you're talking about specifically. I'm trying to get a kind of understanding.
Electrons?
No, you were saying something about something deeper than electrons. What were you saying specifically? Could you give me more detail?
Yeah, so electrons have an upspin or a downspin, but whether they have an upspin or a downspin is uncaused. It's a 50-50 division between all electrons, but the fact that one like given electron has an upspin rather than a downspin, that's uncaused.
Okay, so in that situation, the upspin and the downspin being you're saying that this is basically an effect without a cause. I don't believe that to be so. I don't believe that. Well, of course, I don't know the exact details. I'm just going off of what you're telling me. But the concept seems like there's two outcomes, potential outcomes, that people don't understand how they are caused. But there's a lot of things in science, and I know that you can agree that there's been various periods throughout science where something can happen and we're not at a point where we develop the ability to understand the details as for why this happens. I think it would be kind of ridiculous to say that there's a principle in reality that we can see in pretty much every detail of our reality. And then from there, there's one thing within one of the hardest things to research and find more information about that somehow doesn't have the same principle in it that we can observe throughout our entire reality.
Okay, so the problem is that it's not that they aren't taking the agnostic position as to what the So it's not that the agnostic position is being taken in regards to whether or not they have a cause. It's that the affirmative position is being taken in that they do not have a cause. That the leading interpretation of quantum mechanics, called the Copenhagen interpretation, holds that these things are fundamentally, foundationally uncaused.
Yeah, so you're talking about something that you can. It's kind of like a reductio. So you're reducing the elements down to its most simple form, and then seeing from there's no cause, basically.
Yeah, well, for electron upspin downspin specifically, there is no cause. That quantum mechanics is probabilistic from what it seems. From all the available data indicates that it's probabilistic.
Okay, so I want to ask you: do you believe in Occam's razor?
Occam's razor.
Arkham. I think his name was Arkham's.
I don't know about Arkham's razor, but I know Occam's razor from William of Occam, the guy, like religious guy from, I don't know, like the 1200s. That we should prefer the simpler explanation for things, all else equal.
Yeah, so basically what's more simple is more likely to be true and probable. So in this situation, like I said, if we're going off of what you're saying that basically this principle that we can look at in every aspect of our world somehow just doesn't prove true in this scenario, which is a lot more complicated and less simple than if it were to prove true, but which is more likely, we just don't have the understanding to be able to understand to be able to inspect it more, to be able to find the cause due to maybe limits in technology or something like that.
No, so it's okay. Wait, so I'll clarify this. The exact same thing, but like a little bit more clear. It's not that we don't know. It's that we do know, and it is the case that these are uncaused, at least under this interpretation of quantum mechanics. And you can say, well, later interpretations are going to come out in a different time. Problem is, every single interpretation of quantum mechanics is probabilistic. There is some uncaused element of all of it.
Yeah, so what I would say is when we reduce everything, and I would think it would be somewhat likely for the most fundamental things to have God as the cause directly, as far as them coming into existence, of course, because if you reduce everything, it all goes back to, of course, a creator. Of course, you don't believe in that, but of course, in the reality I believe in with my beliefs, everything would go back to a creator. So in this instance, that would make sense if we reduce everything back to the beginning or where it can come from. But I would say if we're living in a reality where cause and effect is a principle we can see in literally every detail of our life, detail of existence that we see, even with our natural eyes and most in science. And then there's, of course, the things like that you're referencing, the fundamentals of reality, right? I would say that it's more reasonable to believe that, okay, all of these things have a cause up to the beginning where there was a cause outside of our reality that caused our reality to come into existence, which would be more probable due to its simplicity.
Okay, so if your argument is like an inductive one that we should work with like the data that is most readily available to us, then this actually forms the foundation for an argument for why God is not real. Specifically because all the minds that we've ever encountered have bodies. So if all the minds that we've ever encountered have bodies, then we can infer that the only minds that exist are the ones with bodies, which means that we would infer that God does not exist because God would be a bodiless mind.
No, so what I would say is it's actually more simplistic and therefore more possible that we live in a reality where there's something outside of us to cause us. So if you're saying basically everybody has a brain, every instance we see where someone has a brain, they also have a body. It wouldn't be reasonable because
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Pause. So
that's not what I'm saying.
Is inside of our reality, the principles that we see, which is cause and effect, come into play, right? We can say, okay, throughout this reality, cause and effect is consistent, but we have nothing to say for outside of this reality, the things that we cannot perceive, which means that there can be principles and rules for reality outside of that may affect this one. So what I'm saying is what is more probable, more simplistic, which means more probable, is that all of our reality is cause and effect. Something outside of our reality caused it.
Yeah, that's not the argument. The argument is literally just, so you're appealing, your argument for the law of causation, which isn't true, is that everything is caused. First of all, I gave you an example of something that's not caused, upspin and downspin of electrons. But putting that entirely aside, your argument is literally just, well, everything that we've ever seen has been this way, therefore it must be the case that everything we've ever seen is cause and effect, therefore it must be the case that cause and effect exist. Now, my argument is that every time we've encountered a mind, an element that is capable of thinking, this element that is capable of thinking has always had a body, which means God can't exist because God doesn't have a body.
And actually, that's not even a realistic claim, because there's now AIs that can. When you say like think, what do you mean? Because of course,
just like have thoughts.
What do you mean exactly?
Just like have thoughts.
You believe that an AI can have thoughts?
No.
Okay,
even if I
don't want to get too deep into that, because I think I can kind of solve the problem more simple. When I say everything that we're going off of, you understand that there's what's the word for what's the thing when you're debating and there's I'm forgetting the word, when something is real and 100% and it's
deductive?
not. No, it's not. It's not based off of people's opinion. It's objective. Yeah, objective. Yes, objective. So what I'm saying is, within our argument, there is no objective as far as us. You see what I'm saying? What we're saying, because it's all based off of what we think and what we understand. Now, as far as our reality, we come to look at principles and truth as something that is the most probable and the most likely to be true. So if we're looking at simplicity and Occam's razor, however you pronounce that, simplicity would make it most likely to be true. It wouldn't be a fundamental objective principle that we can live by, because nothing is as far as of course of a conversation like this. So what I'm saying is it's most likely. I can't say it's tried and true, but I do believe it because it's the most likely, like everything else.
Yeah, so I've already given you the example of the thing that doesn't rely on causation. You haven't had a refutation to it. But for the sake of moving the conversation along,
I can
so
refute
if the law of causation is true, then what's the next premise?
Well, if it's true, that would mean that everything in this reality had a cause, which means that if we break it down to the beginning, that would mean that something would have to have caused the first thing to be here.
Okay, and what's the argument for why there needs to be a first thing in the first place?
Because it's a fundamental principle of our reality. And if we reduce everything that we see back to, as far as time, going back as far as possible, the first thing would have to have had a cause. But if there was nothing before, if there was nothing before the first thing, that would mean that something outside of this reality would have had to cause it.
Why does there need to be a first thing?
Because reality. So say for instance, there's nothing in reality, then there's one thing, but everything has a cause and effect. So if one thing is a effect and it's there would be something that would need to have caused it for it to be the first thing within our reality.
So wait, but okay, maybe you don't understand the question. I'm asking why does there need to be a first thing? So why is it not possible that before today there was something, and before that day there was something, and before that time there was something, and before that time there was something, going back for forever, in a never-ending chain of before that there was something, before that there was something? Why is that not possible?
Well, is that what you believe? I just believe that.
Yeah, that is what I believe. Yeah, that there's the universe, time goes back infinitely.
So when I like to use this method of thinking when it comes to simplicity in something being most likely. I don't believe you have evidence to believe that the universe is infinite as far as the one that we live in.
Yep, I can give the argument.
Well, that would make it more simple than there having a start to this.
Okay, I can give the argument if you're interested.
Go ahead.
So premise one of the argument is that a beginning, or I guess to come into existence, is a change of states. A change of states requires a sequence of states.
I don't believe
you don't believe a change of states requires a sequence of states?
No, I don't believe that you can change state without there already being something. That's an assumption that there's already something there to change.
Yeah, I agree.
So what you're assuming that there's already something there to change.
Well, but you think that there's already something there, God,
No. I'm talking about two different realities, right? Say for instance, dimensions, right? In our dimensions, what we can observe is that cause and effect is a reality that we live in, a principle of our reality, which means that that principle is the most likely that's something that we can go over. That's something that we can rely on to reduce all the way back to the beginning of this reality, meaning that the first thing that came here needed a cause.
Wait. So which premise do you reject? Premise 1 or premise 2?
I believe it was 1, the idea that something could be changed without being there in the first place.
That a beginning is a change of states?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you give me the beginning that does not require a change of states?
You can't change states if you're not there in the first place.
You can't. Okay, wait. But can you give me an example of a thing that is a change? That's a beginning without a change of states? Like, because otherwise, the problem that you run into is that you think that reality was identical before the beginning and also after the beginning, which means that there was no beginning.
That's an interesting idea, but as far as states, you say maybe I didn't understand what you meant there. So you're saying change of states, meaning that something is now different than it was before, but that would still hold true that there needs to be something there before in order for it to be different. But you have to understand that our reality is separate from the one I believe is outside of it, which means that it wasn't here before. That it would mean that there was a reality here separate outside of the one we live in. So there was nothing to be changed. There was just a new reality. Do you know that? So, you following me?
Kind of, but we can just like adjust for this problem by just we can just take reality as a whole. So in your view, this would be like, so at first there's God, and then God creates, and then there's like God with creation after. So there's like the before state, and then there's the after state.
Mm-hmm.
So then there's like a change of states.
I would say change of situations, but we're not talking about the same thing as far as a state, I don't believe. Because I would believe that if we're talking about reality in the first place, we would have to say reality was like this, then reality changed. But if we're talking about this reality, it just wasn't here in the first place. I don't think that you're going outside of our reality to say that there was a change of state, but you don't believe that there's a reality outside of our reality in order for there to be a change of state.
No. So you're confused. So I'm doing the opposite. I'm giving a reductio, a reason why it could not possibly be the case that time came into existence, because specifically, if time came into existence, there would be a change of states, which implies that time already existed.
Oh, so you're basically saying that nothing could have happened because there wouldn't have been a win. But I don't believe that I believe that our reality is a mix of multiple, of course, principles like time, space, energy, etc. So I would say that those things were there. And then, I kind of agree with that a little bit. So say, for instance, time, energy, space, and then God created Earth and whatnot inside of these principles.
Yeah.
And then we were here from there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's what I hold too, just without God. That I hold that there was like all the stuff, it's always existed, and then it just has been changing forever.
But that just seems that's just unreasonable because it's the least likely thing to be true. You would have to prove that it would be more likely that something is infinite than that it had a cause. But the principle of cause and effect is the thing that we see the most often. That's the most reliable principle in our reality. Mm-hmm. And you're basically saying that principle comes into naught when it comes to something starting off being infinite, which is our reality.
Yeah.
As far as like, say, for instance, the earth and humans and so on. No, I would say like the first creation.
Yeah. So it literally just comes back to simplicity, that we have these two worlds, either, we have, like time and matter and like energy, whatever. It's always existed. And then after, and then like eventually it like led up to Earth, or we have like it's always existed and then God has existed and then God said abracadabra and made the Earth out of this like already existing substance. That it's just the simpler view to believe in like the eternal universe alone versus the eternal universe plus God.
No, that doesn't make sense. So I would say, as far as creation, that's what I would account as our reality, right? So creation is created, it has a cause. That's my premise, right? That's my idea. Now, as far as what I'm saying about your argument is, it's a lot less likely that the first cause within our reality, it's a lot less likely that our reality is infinite in I can't even say the first things, because that would imply that there's a beginning, but you're saying that our physical reality is infinite. I don't know how you kind of justify that as far as it being more likely than there being a first. Like, how do you, like, I just can't conceive that. How could you kind of justify that our reality is infinite?
If you want like an analogy to help it make sense, where did God come from?
The guy was just there. Yeah.
Yeah, the universe is just there.
And so you would have to prove. That's what I'm saying. When you separate it into two different realities, it makes a lot more sense, because you're basically saying that in this world where cause and effect is the most reliable principle, one of the most reliable principles in human existence, and you're somehow saying that it comes into naught just for there being an infinite reality that we're in. It is a lot more likely that there's a reality outside of ours that first caused this. So
and what caused that reality?
That reality, and that's what I'm saying. Our principle of cause and effect, we only are able to perceive cause and effect within this reality, so that there can be an effect without a cause, and that's very possible outside of our reality. But the thing that we've observed for centuries is that cause and effect is a true principle within our reality. So that's why I separate it and say a reality outside of this one, and that's why it's such a consistent argument, because it's a consistent principle. It's very simple. You come back to the first thing; it had to have a cause. Which means that if the first thing was here, that means there was something outside of our reality in order to cause that first thing. That's what I would believe makes the most sense. And
I think that this just betrays its own principles. That okay, let me like spell this out. So either we have eternal universe or finite universe caused by eternal Godverse. So why would I want eternal Godverse causes finite universe when I can just take out one of these elements, make it simpler, and just say eternal universe?
No, so I don't think that makes sense. As far as simplicity, I would say, so simplicity is due to the characteristics of the argument, right? So if we're looking at simplicity and I'm saying, okay, cause and effect is a principle that's very simple, we've seen it, and therefore we can reduce that the first thing had a cause. That's simple. That just makes that there's more details involved in the situation, meaning that there is most likely to be a reality outside of the one that we're in. So just saying infinite, I'll give you an example because it's hard to explain it in that way, right? Saying humans just popped up out of nowhere. That's simple, right? But it's not more likely than humans developing over time and, being created and so on, right? So what I'm saying is just because like simplicity isn't the only variable. That's what I'm saying. That's why I always say that, okay, the principle of cause and effect is tried and true. I think that makes it more clear.
So I can give you a it's only 3 premises now. It's pretty similar to the argument I ran, but it's a reason why God could not have possibly created, or why time can't be created. So the first premise is that creation is a change of states in reality.
So that's the thing that I don't agree with you on, because as far as my argument, I established that there's 2 realities. There's one that we have no understanding of, which means that we don't understand the principles of, which means that the principles of that reality could be anything. And then there's the reality that we understand, which we know the principles of, which I state cause and effect. Right? That's the principle we understand. Now, as far as there being the first cause, always goes back to that. A change of states, these are assumptions you're making that this is happening within the principles we already understand, which means it would have to be inside of this reality. You don't understand the principles in the other reality because we don't live there. We don't understand those principles.
The way you're using reality is confusing to me because presumably there's only one reality and everything else is not real. So if you think God is real, then you would have to hold that God exists in reality, the one reality I'm referring to. But could you give me like a definition of reality?
Yeah, I think it's just a problem as far as verbiage.
Okay.
Let me fix this. So when I say reality, I'm meaning, okay, the first creation, we abide by different principles than what there would be as far as a creator, right? The unseen world, say for instance, what we're living in is the physical domain, the reality. Say for instance, like you understand things like antimatter, things like that, principles that we can't see, right? Certain things we can study and understand because we have technology, but a lot of the times we're limited to our understanding of these things that are unseen by how much technology and the developments in that area. So what I'm saying is, in the reality that we can perceive and understand, it's very clear that this principle exists. The reality that we can't see, there can be all types of principles dwelling inside of that, as far as how I define reality, that we don't understand.
Okay, so when I say reality, when the Dexter, thank you so much for the 5-cent subscriptions. Big W Dexter for the 5-cent subscriptions, and welcome to the community. Anyone who received one. When I say reality, I'm just talking about the totality of all of that. Like all of all of the realities together. When I say reality, I just mean all of the things that you say when you list out all the different realities, just all of it taken together. So do you agree that that creation is a change of states in reality?
Could you define states? Because you would have to have a single element for it to change state, or a single kind of like thing, dare I say, for it to change states, right?
so-
We're talking about like scientific states, like say for instance, like liquid physical, like a physical state.
So the particular condition that something is in.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
should you agree that the particular condition of reality is changed by creation?
I would agree.
Okay, so you agree with the first premise that creation is a change of states in reality. Do you agree that that a change of states requires a sequence of states, that there's like some sort of ordering here?
A sequence of state. Could you give me a little bit more details on that?
Yeah. So like just that there's like a progressive ordering to it, that when we boil a pot of water, that it's in like it's unboiled and then sequentially it becomes boiled, that it's not the other way around. It's not that it goes from being boiled to unboiled when we boil a cup of water, just that there's like a sequence to it, that that the direction of it is only one way. That
I wouldn't agree, because you can unboil water by turning off the heat.
Yeah, but then this would just be like a separate interaction, that when you're boiling water, the sequence is that it goes from boiled to, or that unboiled to boiled. That would just be like a completely separate interaction.
Well, I would say this would only hold true if the variables hold true, and there's nothing that interacts with the outside of these two elements. Say for instance, a pot, heat, air, that doesn't change like as far as the environment. But if the environment changed, I wouldn't agree that the sequence is 100% likely to fulfill as far as the stages.
Okay, wait. So when God created everything, which came first, creation or God, or like the world without creation or the world with creation? Was there an order to these states?
The world before creation was before.
Yeah, so there's an ordering to it. So similarly, for all changes of states, there's going to be an ordering to it.
The most likely order, I would say, because not everything would follow a direct order, because of course, variables outside that can kind of change what's going on. But I would say at a high level like that, if we're making it simple, yes.
Okay, sure. So you agree that that creation is a change of states in reality, and that a change of states requires like an ordering of states, or like a sequence.
I would say that I would agree that there's usually a sequence that Well, I would say there is a sequence. There's usually a sequence that takes place. Yes.
Could you give me like an example of like the event where that's not true?
Where there's not a sequence that takes place?
Yeah, where there's no like ordering to the states.
Okay, so say for instance, you're boiling a pot of water, but the cat, a cat jumps on the stove, knocks the pot off.
Yeah, so
That's
then the
like what I mean by outside variables changing this order of states.
Oh, sure. But you still recognize that overall in the bigger picture, there was still an ordering of states that went on here. That at first the state one was you were attempting to boil the water. State two, cat jumps onto the dish and makes it, or jumps onto the counter. State three knocks it off the counter. State four, like no more boiled water, I guess. That there was like a sequence that this followed.
So I'm trying to get your point here. As far as a sequence, you're just saying that things happen, but you're saying order, and when I think of order, I'm thinking, okay, boiling water, water's there, heat's there, it boils, then it evaporates, right? That's a sequence that follows a chain of what I would call order, not like chaos, right? So what you're saying as far as order or states, it sounds like you're saying it can involve chaos too. It's not just something that is based off of order. Are you just saying it goes
just whatever the events are, like that there's a before and after part of all of this, that it follows some sort of like progression, that all change of states are going to follow some sort of progression, that there's a before and an after state?
As far as, yes, I would say everything until you reduce all the way up to the first thing that was created.
Okay, so I mean, I reject this presupposition because that's just begging the question. I'm attempting to disprove the existence of this thing in the first place.
Of the first thing?
Yeah, wait, well, actually, I don't even know if that matters. So, would you agree that a change of states in reality requires like a before and an after?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree that a before and an after can only be traversed via time?
Yeah.
Okay. That means that we have it that creation requires time, that in order to do the act of creation, time must exist.
Yes.
So God can't create time because in order to create time, time must exist. But if God hadn't yet created time, then time would not yet exist. So God cannot create time.
So we're talking about two different realities here. So I think I actually like what you say there, because that actually broadens the definition kind of reality. It makes it more simple to me. Because beforehand I kind of agree to include time, but as far as God, and I think your argument is pretty good as far as where we ended up there, but I do think that there is a change as far as time being an element that is created. Because
I just gave you an
I
argument.
included these principles inside of, I included God inside of these, but say for instance, for the sake of the argument, that God is outside of these principles.
Oh, then you're just saying God is illogical.
No, I'm saying God doesn't abide by our logic, because our logic is a representation of our reality, which God does not exist within by the bounds of, I would say.
Then you've created a much bigger problem for yourself, which is that God is nonsensical and that everything now follows.
No, that was I don't know how you perceive a change though, because beforehand it was the same thing. God lives outside of the principles which we deem logical, the things that the rules in which we understand reality to.
Okay. Does God have the power to make the sun both exist and not exist at the exact same time?
But that's within our reality.
Okay, wait, but does God have the power to do that?
He created a reality, so he created the rules of the reality. So you have to understand, if he acts within this reality, he's abiding by the rules. Do you see what I mean here? So I just want to make this simple so everybody in the audience can understand too. If God is not inside of our reality, that would mean that in order for him to be there, he doesn't need those characteristics which we deem logical because he doesn't abide by the same rules. Now, as far as him interacting with this reality, he created the rules. So while he's in this reality, he abides by them. So say, for instance, he created the idea of a circle, or what's defined as a circle. So by those rules within this reality, he's not going to make a square circle, because that's going against his own character, which is truth.
Wait, okay, so is God in our reality when he creates something in our reality?
Is God in? I don't know. So say he doesn't have to be. That's what I would say. It depends. He doesn't have to be.
So wait. Okay, wait, so then can God, from outside of our reality, can God make the sun both exist and not exist at the same time?
What did you say? Hold on. I'm trying to
Can
get some
God, from outside of our reality, make the sun both exist and not exist at the same time?
No, because he's acting within our reality. So, like, say for instance, he's the cause, but the effect is within the reality. So the same thing holds true. It doesn't matter whether he's physically in or not physically in this reality.
Okay, so here's the rock and the hard place that you're caught between. Either you restrict God to being to such that everything that he creates is logical, that it's like logically consistent, in which case you need to reject that he made time via the argument you agreed to, or you can reject that God's creations of things in our reality is logical, in which case you need to reject the law of non-contradiction by essentially saying that God can make the sun both exist and not exist at the same time. So I mean, that's up to you. So is God logical when he makes something within our reality?
So you said a lot of things there, but my main way that I want to go about addressing that is that the only way we understand how God works is when he interacts with this reality. That's the only way we can understand what things he does, what things he doesn't do. Now, as far as, and a lot of people get this wrong as far as God and all of his characteristics, they say things like, hey, is God so strong that he can create a rock that even he cannot pick up? A good way to explain this is God's principles, as far as the things we attribute to him, are like omnipresence, this, that, and the third. Those are what we deem necessary to create the world, not what's needed to be God. God is his identity, meaning that he does not have to hold all of these characteristics at one point, at one time, in order to be God. So, like, say, hear me out. So, like, the incarnation, right? Jesus Christ. If Jesus Christ is a manifestation of God in the flesh, he could manifest himself into a physical body, which would mean that there's rocks that he created that he cannot pick up physically, because he took away those character traits from himself for that period of time. Now, as far as what I believe God, the principles of God and how he acts, is that he doesn't do things that are outside of his character, which means that, say, for instance, he created a circle to be a circle for a reason, which means that he would not make a circle a square, because those two things can't hold true at the same time.
Wait, so you think that God changes?
God changes as far as what?
That God changes with time. That God exists within time.
Could you explain it, like, an example of like what you're going for here?
So that God is not time. You reject the idea that God exists outside of time. Because you're saying that God has different properties at different times. So then God doesn't exist outside of time. He exists within time.
No. So you have to understand he exists in a reality separate from us, which means that he can come into this reality. Meaning that, say, for instance, manifesting himself in the flesh, Jesus Christ, right? He would be subject to the laws of this world, which is time, physicality, him being a human and, having to eat, having to poop, do all these different things. He can subject himself to these things by coming inside of this reality. That's what I mean.
Okay, wait. So I just want to get this straight. So you're saying that God can create time because he exists outside of our reality. even though it would be illogical. He can do it because it exists outside of our reality, but he cannot make the sun both exist and not exist at the same time, because that would be illogical. So can God make illogical things in our reality, or can he not?
Give me a second to think on that, because you said a lot of things.
That's fine.
You're saying you're asking if he can create things that are illogical. What I would say is God doesn't go against his character. And his character is truth. And if something holds true, he can't go against it.
Then how could he create time?
He's outside the principle of time.
But that doesn't help, because what he actually needs to be outside of in order to avoid this is logic. That he can be outside of time, that's fine. But in order to create something, time must already exist.
Yes, and that is exactly what I mean, which means that all of these, the foundation of everything else is time, which means that everything else is on top of it, which means that he has to first create time for something to hold true within time, which means that something like the sun being created is something that happens after time is already established.
But you can't create time just based on like logic.
What do you mean?
We went through the argument earlier that that creation is a change of states in reality, that a change of states in reality requires a before and an after, and that a before and after can only be traversed via time.
Yeah, so let's think about this order of events. It's gonna all make sense when we think about the order of events. Excuse me. So I would say within our reality, time is the first effect. Then there's something that has to traverse through time, which I would say is mattergy. I mean, which is matter. And say, for instance, I wouldn't say it's an exact order. I'm just saying in order, right? Say, for instance, something has to traverse time, which is matter. That matter has to be made of something, or have some ability to do something within that time, which means it needs to have energy. So all of these things come off of the foundation of time. So when I say back to the first thing, I would say the first thing in our reality would be time. So that would mean that God is the cause outside of time to be that first cause to time.
So which premise do you reject for God? 1, 2, or 3?
Wait, could you?
Yeah, let's go through the premises again. Tell me if you disagree with any of these premises in the context of God, that creation is a change of states in reality, like all of reality, that a change of states requires a before and an after, or that a before and an after can only be traversed via time.
The last one sounded pretty interesting to me.
If you reject the last one, then you need to affirm that there are like timeless befores and afters.
No, yeah, it's all making sense, right? So the third one, and why do I say this? Because befores and afters happen within time. In order for time to be a cause, in order for time to be an effect, there needs to be a cause. A cause can happen. Oh, this all makes sense. Hold on. Think about this. A cause can happen. Oh, thank God. Listen, a cause can a cause can happen, but effect can only happen once there's time. If time is the effect, it makes perfect sense, because the cause, which is God, can make time, and time being the effect can only take place if there is time, which means that the effect of time is logical.
No. So you
come
actually
on, man. Come on.
You kind of gave it up at a point there, that effects can only come into existence after time is in existence. That's exactly right. Effects can only happen after time is in existence, which means that the effect of time can only happen after time comes into existence. So time would need to be in existence in order for the effect of time to actually happen, which means that the effect of time cannot happen, because that would require time to be in existence, but it's not been brought into existence yet.
No, that doesn't make sense. So what I'm saying here is time is the effect, which means that a cause doesn't need time, because so say for instance, an effect only happens within the logic of time. So when a cause happens, the effect, so say for instance, the time between a cause and effect is time. But when a cause happens, the effect can be time, because it's hard to explain, but you should get what I'm getting at here. The effect of time can only take place because the cause, the difference between the cause and effect is time. If a cause happens and the effect is time, the difference between those is itself being created.
Okay, wait. So I might need to. Okay, wait. So we have. So fuck. Damn. I made a little diagram for us. So we have in state 0 we have God, and then God does the act of creation, which leads to God with time. So what the argument leads us to is that there is a before and after state here, and that this before and after state, you need to give me an explanation for how a before and an after can be traversed in the absence of time. How can you have, so if you have a before and an after, why wouldn't the after have already happened if time doesn't exist?
Could you explain that last part? I don't think that makes sense.
Wait, so why would the after part of the before and after not happen if time didn't exist? What causes the after part to happen?
An effect can't be there until time. So, like, say for instance, that bridge that you wrote between God and time.
Yep.
Right. I'm trying to prop my phone up. Sorry. I'll just hold it for now. But basically, my idea is that time is the first thing in existence, which we established because everything else in existence needs time to rely on. Would you agree with that?
That change requires time.
But do you agree that time would be pretty much the first thing? Like, say for instance, let's. I
don't believe in a first thing.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying for the sake of the argument, if there had to be a first thing, would you believe that time would be the first thing, or is there something else?
I reject I think the idea of a first thing is incomprehensible.
No, so that's what I'm saying. Just for the sake of the argument, you know how people like say for instance,
I can't defend this. I don't believe in this position. I have no idea. Like, if you want to make an assertion about a first thing, I don't believe in a first thing though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I understand that you believe that there's not a first thing, but same way you would assume that I already agree with a certain part of your argument, then go off of that, or you already did that to my argument. We do it in debate all the time. Like, I forgot what it's called, but you're already assuming that something is already true and then going off of that just for the sake of principles.
Like an internal critique
or something like that. Yeah, basically, what I'm saying is, if there is a first thing within our reality, would you agree that that thing would be time, because nothing else within the reality could exist without time?
I have no idea. I don't know. It's a weird question to ask me because I don't believe in a first thing.
Oh, so say for instance, right? There's like energy, matter, space, time. Right? Those are the core principles of anything existing within our reality, which means that in order for matter to be there, it needs space. In order for space to be there, it has to have a when, which is time.
I don't believe in a first. So, okay, wait. Like, a similar thing is people will ask me questions about their religion. They'll be like, well, why do you think God did that? And I'll tell them, well, I don't believe in God, so I can't really give an answer to this.
It's completely logical within the argument to assume that someone's that a premise is true just for the sake of exploring its effects.
I mean, I'm not gonna. So that would be fine if I was doing an internal critique of your view. But I'm not. Like, that's just your conclusion. You're asking me, like, presuppose that your conclusion is true.
Yeah, this is the same thing. But like, I'm just saying, for the sake of simplicity, with all the principles of our reality, what would be the foundation?
There is
in order for everything else to happen.
So the problem with this argument is that any of the conclusions that you arrive at, I'm not going to accept, because I don't accept the first part of the if-then statement, that we could reason based on this if you want to. We could like reason like, well, what if Superman existed? Well, like, you know, Superman would beat Goku in a fight if Superman existed. And then we can like come to the conclusion that Superman would beat Goku in a fight. But that doesn't mean that that's true because Superman doesn't actually exist.
No, so we're solving that problem so that I can use it as an example as far as what we would agree as far as the logic. Then we're going back to the first thing, which we're agreeing and disagreeing on it. We're wasting time by going back and forth about this. I'm just saying.
Well, I don't accept this. I don't accept your presupposition.
You don't have to. I'm saying if that was the case, like say for instance, if Superman was, real, could he beat a regular human in a fight? Yes. Okay, now let's return to what we were talking about before. You see, does that work for you?
I mean, not really, right? Because
Okay,
I don't.
no,
The
it's not that
conclusion
important.
isn't
We can go
true. It's not. It's about a thing that isn't real. Like I don't accept this. I don't think that you can make that. Like you can like speculate if you'd like. We can speculate, but there's no. It's like a pointless line of thought because it's not real.
It's not pointless.
So you would need
I'm
to
just trying prove a principle
establish
that
you need
time
to
would be the
establish that there's a first thing. If you're off the app, I can't hear you. You got to come back to the app.
There we go. Hello?
Yeah.
Can you? Oh yeah, I was in the live stream, brother. Hello?
Yep. Hello.
I mean, I got a call. There we go. But yeah, it's not that important. I was just trying to prove that, of course, like if that was to be the case, time would need to come first for everything else to be there. Now, my argument is just that if time is the first thing to come into existence in our reality, in my argument, that would mean that it would be the effect, which means that the cause could happen without it. But then in order for the effect to take place, which is time being created, the difference between those two things happening is time, which is it being created in itself.
So is the effect of creation something coming into existence?
Yes.
Okay, so in order for time to exist, in order for the effect of time coming into existence to happen, time must exist.
No.
But in order for an
So,
effect
like,
to
say
be
for instance-
actualized, it needs to be within time.
So what I'm saying is time is the distance between cause and effect. So if something happens instantly, there's no distance between these two things, but the effect is time, which means that this thing just happened within time.
Okay, so you just contradict. So the principle that you put forward, and correct me if I'm wrong, like let me know if I'm strawmanning you, but just that effects don't happen absent the existence of time.
Yeah, effects don't happen outside of the existence of time.
Okay, so the effects will not occur unless time already exists, correct?
I don't think you're getting my argument right.
Is time a necessary precondition for effects to happen?
Time, yes, I do agree with that.
Okay, so in order for an effect to occur, time must exist.
Yes, if the effect is time, that means that. So that's why I say instantly. Time is created not over time because it will already need time for that to happen.
Yeah, no, that's my argument.
Time was created instantly, which means that the cause was there, with the effect being time. Is the effect being time, and you don't need time for time to be created instantly.
No, that's you're just question begging. You're like, it's a circular argument at that point because this actually leads to my conclusion. Like you've got the argument, but it just leads to my conclusion that if the necessary condition for an effect to occur is time exists, if the effect is that time has not, so if the effect of creating time is that time comes into existence, in order for time to come into existence, time is required to already exist. And time must exist, it's necessary in order for time to come into existence, which means that time can't come into existence. There's a deadlock there. In order for time to come into existence, time would need to exist. But because time has not yet come into existence, time does not exist, which means that the condition for coming into existence is not met.
Yeah, that's what I disagree with, because if time is the distance between cause and effect, and cause and effect happen instantly, God can create time, meaning that everything after that is within time.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can I get a definition of instantly?
Instant means that there is no distance between cause and effect.
There's no distance between cause and effect. So is the cause the same thing as the effect?
Pretty much. It's hard to explain.
So wait. So then the first cause is not God, but rather
so
time?
I wouldn't agree that.
Because if the cause is the same thing as the effect, then God is not the first cause. Time is the first cause.
Yeah, that's why I didn't agree with it. Because, of course, like, you have to understand, I don't debate this. I'm coming, like, this is all off of the dome. So, like, I had to have a second to think that out. So, of course, like, agreeing on the spot versus thinking about it is different. But, like, what I agree is that something can happen instantly, which means that God can create time.
But in order for the effect of time to be created, time must already exist.
I don't agree with that.
Is time existing necessary condition?
Hold on. Do you agree that time is the difference between cause and effect?
I don't really know what that means. I think that time is just the differentiation between moments.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. How can you tell a moment from another moment in a more simplistic way, cause and effect? So, like, that's just an example of it, but I'm not saying like the true most accurate definition, but I'm saying, like, would you agree that that's a good example of time, the difference between cause and effect?
I don't know. I think that there's something that I don't understand about it.
I throw a bottle and then it hits the wall. The difference between me throwing the bottle and it hitting the wall is how much time it took. If something is instant, that means that there was nothing in between these two actions, which means that there was no time to be exchanged there.
So, okay, so time is how you measure this distance, but there's something deeper about time than just like the distance. That time specifically is like the sequence of events.
No, I wouldn't say the sequence. I would say the distance between cause and effect is probably the most... I would definitely say that. I actually think that is probably one of the most fundamental definitions of time, because how can you measure time other than something happening within time, which means if something happens, there has to be a cause, and then something happening is the effect. So the difference between the cause and the effect is time, which means that if something happens instantaneously, that means that there's no difference in between these two things both happening.
Okay, that's nice, but what I
Which
said
I think is actually really reasonable when you think about it.
No, because so what you're saying is that the distance is measured in time. I agree, the distance is measured in time. You know, if I have like a water bottle, the height of the water bottle is measured in like inches or whatever, but that doesn't mean that inches are the distance from like the top of the object to the bottom of the object. Rather, inches are like a separate thing. Similarly, time is a separate thing. Time measures the thing that you're describing, but time itself is a separate thing.
No, so I wouldn't agree. So, like, say for instance, I don't think that example was too good. So, like, when it comes to time, I can't find a better, like, could you try to define time better than the difference between cause and effect?
Yeah, time is just the sequence of events.
No, a sequence.
The sequence of all events. That's what time is.
No, a sequence is an order. Order is not time. Time is
ordered.
No, so like yes, time
Second
is ordered, but order is
this
not
moment
time.
comes after this moment comes after this moment.
Yeah,
or
that's
no,
what
I'm
I'm
sorry,
saying.
the reverse. This moment comes before this moment comes before this moment comes before this moment. There's an order to it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Time is ordered, but order is not time. A sequence is order, but a sequence isn't time. Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that the order is the same thing as time, just that time is ordered.
Yeah,
so wait, like the fire truck is red. That doesn't mean that the fire truck is the same thing as like redness.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying here. That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Wait. No, because that's what I'm saying. That there's no problem in the same way that the fire truck can be red without embodying redness, without being like the exact same thing as the color red. That time can be ordered without being the exact same thing as order.
Yeah, that's exactly what I told you. You just told it back to me. But like, define time outside of a sequence, because
time is a sequence. Time is sequential. I can't do that. Time is a sequence.
time is sequential, but time isn't a sequence. That's what I'm telling you.
That's just a direct contradiction. I don't know what to tell you.
No, what I'm saying is
that's just a direct contradiction.
It's the same idea that that's what I'm telling. I don't know what we're not getting here. What I'm saying is, when it comes to time, you're saying that time is sequential, which is I agree. It happens in segments, but the definition of time is not sequence.
What? I wholly don't understand what you're saying.
You're saying time is basically things happening sequentially.
Yeah, we have events. So we have objects. These objects have properties, and that there's a sequence wherein these objects have different properties. That sequence, or so objects having properties, that's an event. When we put the events back to back in an order, that's time.
I would say that's I just fundamentally disagree with that. I think the most, and I actually have to think about this for a second. I would say the best definition for time is the difference between cause and effect. How do you measure how long something took? You see, okay, when did it start and what happened? Both of those things need an effect. So like, okay, when did it start? That was the cause. Like, how did that happen? That was the cause. And then the effect happened after a certain period, which is the time, which is the difference between those two things. Which means that if something happens instantly, it didn't happen over time. That means cause and effect are both at the same time. So it's just like two dots moving at the same exact time. They're not one dot, but they're moving instantly, which means that time could come into effect instantly, which means that it didn't need time for that to happen. Time is the only the distance between those two things.
Okay, so there's an easy way to like disprove this definition. Just that you could have like a world with like absolutely nothing in it other than time. This would have no causes and no effects, and you could still have time.
So you're saying that there can be time. So you're saying it's something that can't be measured?
Just that there's like, you can have a distinction from moment 1 to moment 2 to moment 3 to moment 4.
No, you can't.
Forever, but you can just have like nothing in the universe. Why not?
You can't have a distinction with only time, because how do you know that there was a distinction?
So let's say that I don't know if you
observe this without anything.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever like meditated, but like if you just like stop and like experience the world around you for a second, imagine just like experiencing a world where there were no causes and effects. That there's just like this like eternal nothingness.
Yeah.
There would be no causes and effects, but you could still like pick out moment to moment.
No, I'm not following you here.
Okay. I don't think that this is like a good definition of time, and I've already explained like a couple of times.
Is there a definition we can just look up and see if we agree on?
Yeah, well, the definition that I'm giving you, like a sequence of events, is like philosophically standard, I thought, but time is the continued sequence of existence and events that occurs in an apparently irreversible succession from the past through the present and into the future.
Yeah, so that pretty much goes along with what I said.
That is like that's like word for word my definition.
Wait, could you read it again, please?
Yeah, time is the continued sequence of existence and events that occurs in an apparently irreversible succession from past through the present and into the future.
So it occurs in an irreversible succession, but it's not the succession. And it mentions events. An event can only happen with a cause.
Yeah, wait. So
it is an effect, which means that time is the difference between these two things happening.
Yeah. So what it is this? It's not the. You're right. It's not the past, the present, or the future. It's the sequence.
So it happens sequentially, but it's not the sequence.
So okay, wait. So I'll read it again. Time is the continued sequence of existence and events that occurs in an apparently irreversible succession from the past through the present and into the future. What time is the sequence.
I don't agree that it is the sequence. I agree that it happens in the sequence, because you have to understand, like, say for instance, there's a cause, then there's effect. There's time that happens in between those. Then there's another cause, then there's another effect. That's two different sequences, and it goes in sequential order, but time isn't the sequence. It's the thing in between cause and effect, which I believe actually is more of a fitting definition for time as far as the first part of it. And the last part of it is definitely, I believe, rational and reasonable there.
Okay, then you would just you would just disagree with the way everyone else defines the word time.
Yeah, and I believe that's fundamentally how we grow as far as science and understanding. We challenge things that people deem to be reasonable.
Well, so okay, definitions aren't true or false. There's not like one true definition. You can define any word you want to mean anything that you want it to mean. Problem is, you're not going to be understood. So it's not a matter of like pushing forward and like revolutionizing the definition of time. It's a matter of saying something that's different than what everyone else is saying.
No. I believe that people understand the concept of time, whether like most people don't know that definition word by word. People understand the concept of time, and that's exactly what I'm pretty much manifesting as far as my words when I make a definition for it. So I don't believe it changes anything, but I think it does change our understanding of it if we see a better format for understanding time in general.
Yeah, I guess I don't think that there's much utility in arguing over definitions.
Oh yeah, we can continue. I just believe that time is the difference between cause and effect, right? So in this instant, if cause and effect happened instantly, it didn't happen in time, which means that time could come into existence instantaneously.
Wait. So you just have to hold that there's no difference. Is there a difference between a cause and an effect?
Yes. Most of that. Oh yeah, that's what I was showing you as far as an example. If you put two dots on, it's just like parallel lines, right? They are both in the same exact order, and imagine they go the exact same speed towards something. That would mean they're instantaneously, like they're both in sequence, right? But they're two separate things.
So okay, if you agree that causes do not equal effects, then you must agree that there needs to be a difference between the cause and the effect.
No, but the difference doesn't have to be time. You have to understand that. So like, say for instance, you can have two people, right? No. Say for instance, you have two separate circles. They are both moving instantaneously in the same direction. They are literally two separate objects, but instantly going in the same direction. That's what I mean. So there can be separation as far as other things rather than time, because an effect can't be a cause and the cause can't be directly the effect. So that's what I'm saying. There's two different things here.
So in order to have an instant, do instants happen in time?
No.
Instants don't happen in time? What are instants a measure of?
That would literally follow what I've been saying this whole time. An instant doesn't happen in time, because time is the difference. That's why you can't really show many examples of an.
But an instant is where there's no difference. That's what an instant is. It's like picking out. For me, like my worldview is very easy to explain. An instant is just picking out one of the events in like the sequence. So what do instants happen? If instants don't happen in time, what do they happen in?
So yes, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, let me see if I can switch my camera and show what I mean here. Wait, hold on. Let me switch this, save it. So this and this are two different things. The space in between is time, right? If these two things are right here, they don't have to be like, there's nothing in between them, which means that it was an instant. There was no time in between. Now, as far as the word instant, maybe it doesn't fit the exact definition, but that's exactly what I mean. Cause and effect, the difference in between that happened within time. But if something is instant, time is not the thing that happens, that happens in between them.
Okay, wait. So maybe we can avoid the definitions debate entirely, and I could just substitute my definition of time in for all the places where I was talking about time. Just specifically that creation is a change of states in reality. Change of states in reality requires a before and an after, and a before and an after requires the existence of a sequence of states.
No, I wouldn't agree.
Or like a sequence of events, rather. That a before and after requires a sequence of events.
What I believe is that...
Wait, which premise do you reject?
I reject that... Well, I kind of see where you were going with it, and I just kind of rejected where you were going with it. Because...
But what premise? That's not a premise.
Could you restate what you said before your the motions one?
Yeah. So that a change of states requires a before and an after.
A change of states requires a before and an after. So it sounds like a cause and effect. Now, before...
It's not. It's a before and an after.
Yeah. So I think this is a good example of how we measure a cause and effect. Before
wait. Stop. Wait, you need to stop trying to inject your definition in. I'm avoiding your definition intentionally.
No, so that's just like what you said. It's like going off of what I don't believe.
Oh no, because I'm just asking you very directly. Do you disagree that a change of states requires a before and an after? Can you give me the change of states where the state 1 is identical to state like 0?
You're saying no, I don't think that properly goes with your question. I think your question could be solved simply. So you're saying that. Could you repeat that? You said what did you say again? I'm just trying to not get lost.
So my second premise is again that a change of states in reality requires a before and an after.
A change of states in reality requires a before and an after.
Yes.
Change of states. And could you define states?
Sure.
Because doesn't something already have to be existent in order to change states?
The particular condition that something is in.
In order for something to be in condition, it has to exist.
So reality exists.
I would disagree.
Oh, wait, on what grounds?
I would disagree on the grounds that that's how we measure before something happens and after. Like when we say before, that is the time prior to something happening, and after is a time. What's another word for after? After it happening. So in this sense, something has to be in existence for there to be a before state. And
so the thing that exists is the facts of reality.
No, so your wording is what's very important here too. I think a lot of people, especially in the comments, are getting confused by your wording because when the one of the main reasons I'm disagreeing with your stance here is because you're saying a change of state. In order for something to have a change of state, it has to be there in the first place in order for something to change.
Did reality exist? Did reality exist before God created
time?
But anything before God created anything, did reality exist?
No.
So wait, so there was a time when God wasn't real?
You're saying a time.
Or was there a point in whatever where I don't even know, because this is like the language is so innately temporal. So then God exists outside of reality. So yes. God's not real.
No, he exists within reality too. He can only wait. Hold on. Let me explain. He can only exist when inside of reality once reality is created. So that means that after time, all these things were created, then he exists within reality. So
that's fine. Separate. I can substitute reality because we just have two different definitions. So I'll just substitute in terms of reality, the state of things as they actually exist.
I gotta go in about 5 minutes, but what were you saying?
Yeah. So instead of reality, just think whenever I say reality, what I mean is the state of things as they actually exist. So
the state of things as they actually exist.
So do you agree that creation requires a change of states within the state of things as they actually exist?
That's starting to get really complicated. Creation exists within the state of things, so nothing exists. I don't believe that anything exists.
Maybe a better word is just everything.
Because nothing exists before God in my belief.
Did God? So okay, God can be a part of everything. So is there a change in everything after God creates?
Is there a change in everything? What do you mean?
Yeah.
So like you're saying, okay, there was God here, and now there's God plus time. That's a change.
Yeah, it's a change.
Yes.
A change of reality.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So, do you agree that this like change of states in reality requires a before state and an after state?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that this before state...
Wait, hold on. Let me think. Wait, hold on. Because I can't just blindly agree with what you're saying here, because I know it, of course, when it comes to the debate, I got to think about these things.
Yep.
So could you repeat your last question?
Yeah, do you agree that a change of states in reality requires a before state and an after state?
Logically, it requires an after state. No, but in order for it to be a change, there needs to be something before it. Yes. So I do believe there was a before and after. Yes, I agree.
Okay. Okay, so you agree with the second premise as well. So the third premise, do you agree that a before state and an after state requires the existence of a sequence of events, or it can only be traversed via a sequence of events?
What do you mean traversed?
That in order to go from state 1 to state 2, that there needs to be some sort of like sequencing to it.
There is a sequence, state 1 to state 2, yes.
Okay, cool. Then you accept that in order for creation to occur, that there must be, one second, the continued sequence of existence of states that occur in an apparently irreversible succession from past through the present and into the future.
Wait, was that a question, or are you just saying the definition?
Yeah, I'm just asking you, do you agree that in order for creation to happen, in order to have a before and an after, that there needs to be a sequence of events?
There is a sequence from state 1 to state 2.
Yeah, perfect. So that's the definition of time.
No, a sequence is not. That's not what I mean as far as time. So I've been
that's what I
following this
mean.
whole time, and I've been writing. I've been sketching kind of an example of my point here, so that you could better understand. When we say a sequence of events, there's God, and then there's time being created. If God is the cause and time being created is the effect, if this happens instantly, there is no separation between these two events. Meaning,
if there's no separation, are they the same event?
No, they're two events that happen at the same time.
Are they the same event?
So, like, I think that would be the appropriate time to say, like, mutually exclusive.
Are they the same event?
No, they're not the same event, but they happen at the same time.
At the same what?
At the same time. That's what instant.
So wait. So God creating time happens within time?
It's a figure of speech, but you know exactly what I mean. They happen instantly. There's no separation between these two events, meaning that it was instant and there was no time to pass between these two things.
No what? There's no what that passed?
Time to pass, which means that if I said no time to pass, are you listening to me? No time to pass. If something, like I showed you guys the two dots, like one dot to the left, one dot to a right, a line between them. The line is time. If those two dots are right next to each other and that instantly comes into existence, that means there was no time in between them, which means God can create time without time passing. That's my final argument, but I gotta go, man. I really appreciated the debate. It was fun to talk about all this, man. God bless you. You have a great day, man.
Appreciate it.
All right, man. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming on up. Hey, if you're enjoying the debates, make sure you drop a follow so you never miss a debate in the future. If you like learning about new things, like exploring interesting topics, feel free to drop a follow. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. We do book clubs, reading groups every single Saturday, so you'll never, if you want to get cracked at philosophy, learn more about it. This week we're doing like a reading on presuppositional apologetics, so you can better answer all those people who want to railroad you with like, how do you ground your logic? How do you ground your morality? It's just like a wonderful document that I think everyone should read, but we're all reading it together, so just have it read for next Saturday if you want to come to the reading group. But the Discord, only join if you're 18 or older. It's discord.gg/allegedlyian. It's in my bio. I'd love to see you there. It's just a really great time. I'm very active in it. I like hanging out in voice chat. I like reading through all the debates. I try to be active in it. So please all consider joining. Lots of people talk in the live chat throughout the entire stream. It's just a really good time. Other than that, I'm probably done for the day, but go raid Dean. But seriously, drop a follow. And do all that stuff. Consider joining the Discord. Dean's live on It's Dean with 2 A's, 2 N's. But I'll see you all later. Love all of you.
Returns, you get a 30-day return window and a 1-year warranty, which you probably won't need, but it is included, okay? Now, guys, I pinned our best-selling viral nugget ice maker to the bottom of the screen, okay? The original price on the machine is $249, okay? So I have good news and bad news. Good news that we are running a flash sale right now on the stream, okay? The bad news is that not all of you are gonna get it, okay? I'm sorry, it's a bit out of my control, but let's see what we can do. If you're seeing $249 at the bottom of the screen, I'm sorry, you did not get the flash sale, okay? You can try rejoining with another account and try again. However, if you're seeing $119.99 down there, $119, congratulations, you got the flash sale. That's awesome, okay? So if you're seeing $119, congrats, what you can do is use code YUHOTONY, all capitals at checkout, okay? If you stack that on top of that 52% flash sale, you're now going to get 60 to 70% off the original price of $249, which is insane, okay? Now, if you want to skip ahead, you can click that red buy button down there, use code YUHOTONY, all capitals at checkout, or just watch me first, then you can do it after, okay? So our best seller is right down here. Make sure you click that red buy button, okay? If you want the lowest price possible, go with the silver one on the left, okay? It's $20 cheaper. It's the same as